Oh, hello, hello. Happy Saturday, everybody. So today we are planning to mod in Hytale. And as you can see, I've already kind of got a little start on it. So this is my, his name is Crested Geckosaurus. Or Crested Geckosaurus. Crested Geckosaur, excuse me. Or Saurus, you know, if we made him bigger, it'd be like a T-Rex. But so the plan is to try to implement him in a little better. So he's already in the game, as you can see. He's got some animation going on. And today I'll go over how I made him, how I modeled him, how I textured him. And also I'm going to go over all the problems that I've had doing so. And yeah, we're going to do it live. And no editing out any friggin' flubs and all that. Which is fine. So, as you can see, there's more over here. So I have them spawning in. So that's working. But their texture is a bit blocky, or blockier than I made it, and I'll show you guys why. So, to actually make a model in Hytale, what you do is you open up, and actually you can do it from here. And so this is creative mode. Here, we're gonna go and reset this. So this is the main menu for Hytale. You go to your worlds. You can make a creative world. We already have one. It's this one. Also, I'm not sure how the audio is. If like I'm too loud, or if I'm too quiet, or if the game's too loud. We'll be adjusting as we go. And I would love to make this like a series, like a more of a consistent thing, because I really have been enjoying like trying to figure all this out. It's been a really cool process. And I've always been interested in like modding in video games, but never, I guess, just had, you know, the push to start. But with Hytale, their approach to modding and making it as like accessible as possible has been like a huge, I guess, motivator for me to get into it. So that's why I started. So in creative mode, you can go to creative tools, and you can go to, not over here, you can go to over here to assets, and then you can do model editor, and that will open up Blockbench. Now I was using Blockbench before Hytale came out. On their website they had a whole blog post detailing how like they approach their art. So I'm going to pause this here. I also, just real quick, going to change the display capture to this. Okay, sweet, perfect. So this is Blockbench, and this is how I've been creating the model. And here's my model. Here it is. Here's the Crested Geckosaur. And my idea of this guy, hold on, this is also a little funky. You're a little funky guy. There you go. So my idea for this guy is to make him a like a raptor crested gecko combination. That's the idea. So he's got traits of crested gecko. He's got toe pads. He's got a tail pad. And he's got little eyelashes that like a crested gecko has. And he's also got a bunch of like smaller teeth rather than like bigger, sharper, and less teeth. And I see this is also, yeah, so I've been having a lot of issues recently with finishing up the texture, but I'll get to that when we get around to texturing. But so like, say if you wanted to start from scratch, say if you were just making a new model, you would do a new Hytale like prop or character. This would be a character. Let's just say test model. Test mode. 64 by 64 is perfect. All right, so when you open up Blockbench for the first time and you don't have any projects, this is what it's going to look like. And even before you even get to this point, you kind of want a, and of course you don't have to, like I did. I started with this immediately, but then I realized it might be nice to have kind of like a reference, right? So what I did for my reference was I did this. So I knew I wanted to have like a dinosaur. I love dinosaurs, and I've been extremely excited to get to see the dinosaurs in Hytale. I was like, it would be so cool to have like a new dinosaur because I know there's not that many from the get go. So I was like, okay, let's make a dinosaur, and then I have a pet crested gecko. These aren't her, but she looks really similar to this lady over here. And her name is Roach. But so I was like, it would be cool if we made like a crested gecko that was kind of like a raptor. So I got some pictures of the dinosaurs that are currently in Hytale. Got some pictures of crested geckos, and then just made like a quick little sketch of what it could look like. And this is just its side profile. And I mainly use this since, like I said, I had the model pretty much done. I just didn't do any of the texturing or anything. So to help me like reference what colors I wanted to use and how I wanted to use them, I did this sketch and just added the colors to it. And then back in Blockbench, that's how we kind of ended up with this. So we can get them side by side. Ooh. There we go. The resemblance is uncanny. But yeah, so this became this. And say if you were making a new model, and this is how I'll probably link it in the description of the stream and the VOD. But they have a blog post, as I said, about their kind of whole like style, their art style. And I highly, if you like want to get into like making art or assets or models or anything like that for Hytale, highly recommend reading this whole thing. It's lovely. It's called An Introduction to Making Models for Hytale. It's just on Hytale's website and their blogs. And basically it just goes over kind of how they approach making their art. So they're kind of like a mix between pixel art and hand painted. If that was like a line graph, it would be over here. It's a great read. Highly recommend it. They talk about the Blockbench plugin for Hytale. Talk about how, like, what kind of geometry they use. They only use cubes and quads, and then they, make different shapes out of just rearranging the sizes of the cubes and getting them inside each other and whatnot. No spheres. I love this. That's great. They talk about kind of how their texturing works. Kind of go over how like it should look, how texture should look. Which the thing I've spent the most time on was definitely texturing and trying to figure all that. Like try to get it to look Hytale, and I'm still working on it. Like that's still very much a work in progress. But I am happy enough to. I'm at a point where I'm happy enough to try to put it in the game. But it's still definitely not like kind of close to like the actual raptors, the actual dinosaurs that they have in Hytale already. And you know what? While I'm while I'm yapping, I'm just gonna turn on some music. There we go. Okay. Now we can relax. They go over like how they kind of do the coloring and shading. It's really great. And at the end of it, they have a couple videos showing like how to make a model. And like I said, I'll link this blog in the description, but I definitely recommend watching this video. And this is where I learned how to do it. And what he suggests, did they say his name? What's his name? Thomas. Is Thomas the guy? Is Thomas the Thomas? Because they have art, a bunch of art on their... I wonder if it is him. That'd be super cool. Because in their like media section here, like all these, like this art here, there's someone named Thomas. Probably that same guy. His art's lovely. I've ever since Hytale was announced back in 2018, I have had this as my like computer's lock screen. Or I should say, ever since I got a computer, really, because I guess I didn't have a computer until 2019? Or was that 2020? Anyway, around there. I love his art. It's very lovely. And I love, in general, I love the art style of Hytale. What the heck? But yeah. Actually, so since I'm here, I am just gonna real quick grab the URL. Just put this in the description. But yeah, the reason why I brought that up is because, well, first of all, that's how I wanted to, or that's how I learned how to do what I know so far. Is mostly from that video, in terms of modeling. And so, say if you were making a new model, what you could do is you can import. Ooh, how do you do it? You can add a reference image. And so what we can do is we can go to our... Oh Lord, I have to organize all of this. Let's say if we wanted to, yeah, just add this to the project. Boom, look at that. So we have this in here. And we can also add in our guy, the Hytale player. Say if we wanted to make the like the dinosaur or whatever model you're trying to make as big as a player, just resize it to about the size of a player. I'm going to lower the opacity of this, and I'll lower the volume for that. And so what you do is you can keep it behind the player, and then you can, as we said earlier, you make the model out of cubes or quads. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add a cube, and it starts super small, super teeny tiny. And then you start building. So what we can do with our cube here is we can try to make it the body. So if you press S, actually I need to figure out how to make this reference image stay the same size. Is that possible? Yeah, I didn't do it this way, so I'm not 100% sure how to do it. But that's the basic concept, and then we can make our cube like try to match. And this is only going to help us with the this one axis, because it's just a 2D image and I only have the side view of it. So ideally you would want like a side view, a front view, top view to try to get all those dimensions the way you want it. But I just kind of freestyled it, you know, just kind of did what looked okay. But now since this is like this, we don't want to make it thick as well. And also the north down here. You can see there's a north. That you kind of want to be the back of your model. So to do this right, we should really be working on it from this angle, like this. And then that's pretty much how you start working on doing like a model. You just keep adding in cubes. So say if we wanted like this section to be his like kind of back half of the body, we can copy and paste this cube, do another one, rotate it, lift it up, maybe make it a tad bit smaller, right? And then boom. I'm also gonna just move this whole thing back towards the center. About there. And then you keep basically chugging along like that. I won't go through doing this one because I don't want to really make another model at the moment. However, I do want to make some in the future. But yeah, we'll stop that there. And you always want to, save as, let's say, stream test model. This I don't want in here. Oh no. Do it here. All right. We're gonna close that. Back to this model. So after you have a model, you want to texture it. And as I said, probably don't follow what I'm showing. I'm just kind of showing like a general overview. I feel like the video that Thomas does about modeling does a much better job at like kind of the finer details of how you want to go about starting. As I said, I'd highly recommend watching that. But for the texture, you're given a UV map, which is this. And then also each of your cubes all have faces. So say if you did add in a new cube, it would be a bunch of boxes. Let's see if I can just add one here. Let's see, add new cube. And we'll just make it big. Random cube. And that's over here. And when you do add a new cube, you do want them to be a box so they're all together. But basically, every cube you add will have 6 faces, right? And then they're on your UV map, and your UV map is basically a PNG that contains your textures. And so wherever the boxes are over, like hovering over, that's what texture they'll be. So as you can see, as I move the faces, the UV map, the faces of the cube change depending on what's under it. Right, and so that's the general idea of how texturing works. I did have it laid out differently, but I had a bunch of troubles trying to implement the right texture size because I didn't have it right to begin with. So I had, like, to start my texture, I had it at 512 by 512 when I started making all the cubes and such. And then I did, you can paint in Blockbench as well, so that's a huge help. And you could theoretically just use the in Blockbench painter to texture. However, I have art software called Krita. It's basically like a free version of Photoshop. It's not Photoshop, but it's, a similar art editing software, and it's free, and it's got a lot of great tools I used a lot. And so I would use that. And in that, I accidentally, like very early on, saved the file like bigger than it was supposed to be. And so every time I had the texture back in Blockbench, I had to change it and resize it. And due to that, and there may be a fix to it, I'm not sure, but exporting the model and importing into Hytale, it wouldn't be the right size. So what I had to do was I had to like shrink down the whole like texture PNG. And that is why, as you can see, like he's got a lot more kind of like detail, like his eyelashes are pointier. Like basically all the pixels are a lot smaller in the actual model that I made. However, in here, since I had to squish them down, they are much blockier. There's less pixels per like face, which is something I want to fix in the future, but that's going to be a whole bunch of work. And right now, okay, hold up. I gotta fix that. I don't know if this is a Hytale thing or if it's a OBS thing, but whenever I full screen Hytale, it just does a black screen. Sorry about that. Here, what we'll do then, until we're fully in Hytale, then I can just switch to game capture and then it'll be fine. But until we're fully in Hytale, I'll just keep it windowed. There we go. Okay. But yeah, as you can see, he's got a lot less pixels per face. More blockier. As you can see, the eyelashes super chunky. I will turn this down a little bit. So, yeah. And a couple days ago, I started learning how to actually like mod in Hytale, and that was like very fun to learn. And I'm still learning. Still got a lot to learn. Also, I'm going to turn this down or off for now, since we're in Hytale now. And they do make sounds. So I'll show you where I'm at currently. With the progress of implementing it into the game. So at the moment, I'm looking for allow NPC detection. There we go. So that will allow them to detect me, which is so cool that this is an option, by the way. That there are just so many options like this. It's amazing. Tool reach. I haven't even looked through all of these. Tool reach distances. That's cool. Brush opacity. Yes, because there's brushes. Yeah, the creative mode is so like customizable. And there's so many options to it. It's lovely. So he's detecting me right now, and he is aggressive. He's going to try to attack me. However, I don't have the correct like attack thing in place. So once I get into the asset editor, I will show you how. Just writing something down. I will show you how. Like that works, and I know where the problem is. I just don't know how to fix it at the moment, but we're gonna figure that out together. So he's attacking me. He's got sound every time he runs. He's got play it occasionally. There, he's got the sound of a tetra bird, which and in creative mode you can just do spawn entity, and then you can look up a mob or an NPC. So this is the tetra bird in the game. So he's got this, I based kind of some of his stuff on the tetra bird. But yeah, when they run, they make that sound. Can I get you to run? So that's his sound, and then, see? Sounds like a tetra bird. He's also got, when he's not alerted, or when he gets alerted, so I'll do that, disappear from him, and then I'll turn this back on. He does have the cave raptor sound as an alert sound. So that's what a cave raptor sounds like when it's alerted. Oh. He's trying to eat him. But he can't do damage. His arms. That's also something we're gonna have to fix, or try to fix. His arms, or I should say, all of the animations really. And I think that's to do with how differently I modeled it versus the cave raptor. Because right now his animations are based off of the cave raptor animations. So if we go to spawn entity, I can bring in the cave raptor. There he is. Oh, you are in the ground, my friend. What happened? What happened? There you go. There you go, buddy. So he's trying to attack me, and I think he would if I was, you know, able to be hurt. So I'm going to turn that off for now. I'll just wander. But yeah, so those are his animations. And that's technically what the animations of this should look like. However, like I said, it's the way I modeled them. They're not quite like the rigging of the animation isn't quite matching up properly. Oh, now he's screwed. Oh, dang. Oh, wrecked. Also, when he dies, look at that, so cool. Let's go. When he dies, he drops hide and meat, which, you know, I never would have thought about something like that. However, like watching the tutorials that I've watched, like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You're gonna want him to drop something, and the way they do it is you can basically just make it drop what any other of the creatures could drop. So he, right now, as you saw, that was like meat and leather. Let's see how much. Or meat and hide. So 3 raw wild meat and 2 heavy hide. I have it so he's dropping basically the same stuff a cave raptor would drop. So if we kill this cave raptor, drop 2 hide and 3 meat. Oh, he dropped medium hide. Interesting. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I have it set as cave raptor drops. However, maybe the cave raptor drops random hide? No, that was heavy hide. Interesting. Maybe I have it as the Rex? That might be it. Well, let's find out. We can test. And we're going to see, once I open the asset editor, we will go over all of that stuff. So if we spawn in the cave Rex, there he is. Oh, I went to sleep. Okay, I'm going to kill you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's got a lot of health. Oh, poor guy. Oh, he just... I thought he died, but it was just a sleep animation. So heavy hide. So I think I have it as the cave Rex drops. Alright. Now we've seemed to lose all our raptors. I just want to see, because I have them set, yes, to spawn just naturally in the world, and I think that's super cool, so I just kind of want to fly around and see if I can find them. Alright, hello. So, in order to mess with all of that stuff, say if you already have a model, you have textures, and you want to implement them into the game for an NPC, what you do is you go to Creative Tools, go to Asset Editor, and this will open up a separate Asset Editor program. Also, say if you're just starting out with this, to like access any of this, to like access any of the commands and spawning, what you have to do is you have to go into the chat and type in, oh no, we're crashing. No, Hytale, why? I wonder why that was. What happened? Maybe it's because I'm streaming? Maybe. Darn. All right, we're just gonna close that. The asset editor is still here though, which is cool. So basically what you want to do is in the chat, you want to put in /op space self, and that'll basically like op yourself. And it'll allow you to like do all those commands and stuff. And I'll show it just in case. So you press enter, open the chat, do /op space self, and that'll turn it off for me. Then you type again, op self, and boom, you're now op. That'll allow you to access all of this stuff. All right. So this is the asset set editor. Here, actually, we'll open it again. From scratch. Boom. There it is. And when you're making a new mod pack, what you would do is you would do these 3 dots and click add pack. You'd put in your name, your group, which is just like your name, company, or whatever. Website URL for optional, or which is optional. Make the description and your name as the author. Right? You'd save it. So mine is called More Dinos Pack, because I would love to add just more dinos eventually. I got a burp coming on. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. And so, this is what like pretty much all like kind of like the game folders kind of look like. I don't know if you'd have this many from the beginning. But say if we went to Hytale's, you can look at Hytale's assets. And this is Hytale's like folder list. And this isn't exactly meant to be like a tutorial. However, I mean, I guess I could like make a video about a tutorial of how to do this. This is kind of just me going over what I've done so far. So don't use this as like an in-depth like way of how to do everything, but you can definitely follow along if you'd like. Now, so what we have going on here is we have, well, a lot. So to make, we can close audio. Close that. Close that. That. So basically, I started off by making a model asset. And then I have this dinosaurs folder, because I know I want to make more dinosaurs in the future. And then within that folder is the... wait, what is this? Saurian scale router? I think I was just testing. Oh, you know what? I think I was testing to put in a new texture for him. Yes. Because after I like kind of had just imported this guy, I was curious how you can edit assets in the game in Hytale already. And I looked it up. Let me. I would love to credit the people I have been watching for this, and I've been making a playlist. Just because I love making playlists on YouTube, because it's so helpful to organize like stuff that I know I want to go back to. Oopsie, not this. That's the stream. This one.
Hello, everyone.
So I've been watching a few of these videos of Hytale guides. I didn't really use this one to help me with this guy, but let's see. Where is it? NPC importer. Did I not? I didn't. Oh man.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Hype.
I just started watching this one. I didn't watch this one.
How to access every single asset from Hytale.
So this video, this is Open Joe. He shows off like how you can get the assets out of Hytale. And basically, you just go to your folder. You just go to their folder in your computer, and you just copy and paste them to another folder. And then once you do that, you have access to all of their assets. And so what I did with that is what is that? Who is that? Hello? Oh, hello. Once I did that, I opened up Krita and was able to mess with the texture of the cave raptor. And actually, I'm gonna see if I can show that here. So you see how this is still his old texture. This is the cave raptor, right? And wait, what is this? Okay, I was like, why is he? No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, why is there another folder here? But it's because I just made another folder of that name. Okay, that makes sense. So, I believe I put his texture somewhere. Where did I put his texture? And like I said earlier, I definitely have some organizing to do in terms of some of these assets. But like going through here, this is my like copied folder of all the Hytale game assets. So this one in NPC, in Beast, and then this in Beast is where you get or where the dinosaurs are. So the raptor, the cave raptor, and the cave rex. You can go to their animations, or you can go to their models, and so that's where I put it. Okay, I didn't mean to put it in here, but it's fine that it is. I'm just storing it in here. So this is its default texture for the cave raptor. We can just open it in photos. It's all right. So here's the default cave raptor. And then what I did is I just put it in Krita and just modified the colors a little bit to look like that. And with doing that, we can then use Blockbench, and we can open up a model with the cave raptor, switch his texture to that new texture I made, and then we basically get a oh, this is not him. Hold up, delete this one, import, and we already know where to go. It's in cave raptor and models, and it's this one, and this is that different colored version, and it just works just because they're all in the same like spots. So the UV map, like the overlay, doesn't need to, like, they don't need to change anything. It's all the same. Which is really cool. And I was trying to implement this in my little mod. And to do that, I would need to, yes, so I would need to make a new folder. So I would need to go to model assets, or no, hold on. It's kind of like, it takes a second for my brain to kind of like wrap around the hierarchy of all the folders and where they need to be and where they should be. So, NPC dinosaurs. Root, NPC dinosaurs. Where is root? Where is root? Or no, it would be, wouldn't it be in resources? Oh lordy. Okay. And like I said, I did this a couple days ago, so I gotta kind of refresh my memory. So my model here, it's in Dinosaur Crestigecosaur models, model textures. So it might also help me actually open up the actual files. So here's my dinosaur pack. Is it in common? NPC, dinosaurs, crested gecko, models. Yeah. So it's in NPC. So I think what we can do is we can make a new folder here. We can call it, we'll call it Saurian Cave Raptor. And then we're going to be doing a lot of this. I'm just going to reference this folder. Take a look. We have an animations folder and we have a models folder. So basically, I guess what we can do, I'm just going to copy this animations folder, put it in here. So that should have our other ones in as well, which they do. And then we need a models. Here, you know what? We're just going to copy this too. And then we'll just delete the ones that we don't need. Okay, so we have models. Then we have attachments, which is empty. Then we have model textures. This we want to get rid of. Don't want these. What we want instead is our asset. So we're going to go in here, go to common, go to NPC, then beast, then raptor cave, go to the model, we'll take this texture, we're just going to copy it, we're going to go back here. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go back, make it a little faster. There we go. See, we're in our cave raptor model textures. We're going to paste it. Boom, now the new texture is in that folder. Uh-oh. Okay. Don't know what that was. So we're going to do time midday. There we go. And we're also going to do time pause. Okay. That'll keep us at midday and it'll keep us paused there. Hey. Hello, hello, Josh. I'm sorry if I missed your chat. I don't know how long you've been here. Hello, hello. Yeah, so there has been that new update, right, with the dinosaurs. But when I was messing around with this the day before yesterday. I guess technically it was like I was up until like 5 in the morning yesterday. So it was like from like 11 p.m. to around like 5 a.m. when I was working on like doing the mods. And so the dinosaurs were like in the game, like you can spawn them, but I'm not sure when the update went live because I went also in creative mode because I was like we never saw like any dinosaurs so far in the in survival, so I was like I wonder if they are in the game, and I used creative mode to go down to zone 4 and go underground, and I did see some, but that might have just been good timing, like maybe the update just came out and they were there. But they're super freaking cool. You can spawn them in creative. Oopsie daisy, don't want to do that. So if you go to world and then spawn entity, you do cave, and then there's raptors. Oh, he's sleepy. And then there's the Rex as well. I wonder if he'll sleep. That'd be cute. And there's the Rex. He's fucking huge. It still sounds like they're still working on their, at least their sounds. Because right now, he doesn't make any sounds. Or he might, actually. I don't, well actually no, I think it's just the cave raptor that makes sounds right now. So we can make it so he can detect me. Yeah, see he roared. But yeah, no sounds. But he's still super cool. Oh. Hello. And this is my guy. Oh, okay. Actually no, he hit him through like trying to get to me. Nice. But this guy does have... He doesn't have a hurt sound. And so actually, so with the dinosaurs, let me go back to... Oh god, that's gonna be so annoying. Hang on, let me, boop. Okay. I'm invisible to them. Okay, so with the asset editor, oh yeah, that was right, it crashed. It kind of lets you see what the NPCs can do. Like it shows you kind of like all of their animations, all their, or like what their animations are and like what they're called. Which is awesome. And I figured since I was adding in the crested geckosaur, I was trying to see, okay, what audio can I take from the current existing NPCs? And I found that there's only a select few audio files for all the dinosaurs in general. They only have a couple for the cave raptor. And we can actually see that, I think, by going to Hytale. So this is going to be Hytale's folders. Can I make this bigger? Oh no. Can I zoom in? No. Okay. So in Hytale's folder, we can go to audio, and then we'll have to go to NPC, then Beast, and then Raptor Cave. And these are the two sounds that the Cave Raptor has. It has an idle sound, and it has an alerted sound. And then that's it so far. The other dinosaurs, they aren't listed here. As far as I'm aware. They could potentially be in other areas, but I don't think so. You got an intelligent section, which I think is just for kind of like the more humanoid NPCs. Livestock. Then you got mythic. The dragon's in here. It's got a sleep sound effect. Don't think the dragon is actually in the game yet, but I do think its models are. I think. I could be wrong about that. Well, we can take a look, see. Then you got the ocean stuff. Undead. Zombie? Are there zombies? I haven't ran into any zombies. But yeah, so in terms of sound effects, they're being worked on. Which gives us an opportunity to mix and match like what sounds we want our crested geckosaur to be. And it gives us the opportunity to also make our own sound effects if we would want. But yeah, and so the video that I watched to help like learn how to do that, I didn't put it in my playlist. Shame on me. Let's see. Importing, I guess, NPC. This one. I watched this guy's video. It's a great video.
And do this.
He went over a lot. No, he didn't kind of explain it a lot. I mean, he did do a decent bit of explaining. But he kind of went over like what you should do to specifically get like how he put his mob in. He just made a creeper, but he didn't kind of go over like how you would do it if you were doing like some sort of other mob. And so basically the way you do a lot of this is like making folders. And you have to make them in the same way that the game itself already makes them. So like for models, like if you want to put in a certain model, you do like kind of like the generic, like what group of NPC you want, and then the specific one under that And so you can you can name it whatever you want. So I wanted dinosaurs, got dinosaurs, and then I wanted a couple different dinosaurs. And so that's how we got this. Since I just put that texture in, let's go here, go Saurian, NPC, dinosaurs, models, model texture, boom. There we go, look at that. So that's the custom one that I made. I think we would have to do a lot more if we wanted to make this guy like work properly, I think. Well, maybe not actually. Because when you make a new asset, like if you wanted to make a new model asset, we would find the folder that we wanted to put it in. So we would put it in dinosaurs. I accidentally made like a Saurian's K-Raptor folder instead of just putting it in dinosaurs, but that's fine. And then you can copy assets. So when you put in a new asset, you can copy an asset already from the game, which it'll basically use everything that in-game asset already does, and then you just modify it from there. So that's kind of like what makes it so easy, I think. At least, from someone who doesn't have any other experience modding. It makes it really, really like easy or really simple to kind of see what everything is doing, because you just have like a base template already. So that's what I did here. I basically just imported the Cave Raptor asset and then I put in that new like modified texture here. And I think, what would we have to do? I think we would have to edit the spawn stuff, because the animations, they'll be set, like they should have, oopsie daisy. Say if we go to the run, go to animations, it should be listed as, yes, it's listed as the Cave Raptor, so it's got all its animations already. And it will have whatever sounds the Cave Raptor also already has, and as we said, he only has the alerted, and he has the idle. So if we go to alerted, he should have that in his sound event, which he does. Okay, so if we go to spawn, because I don't think, right, it wouldn't work already? Let's see. So if we go to spawn, I don't think he'd already be in here. Like if we looked up Saurians. Yeah, he's not in here. So that still gotta work on. And like I said, I just kind of followed that guy's video. So I'm still learning how to do it myself. Still kind of like, gotta remember like, oh, this is what I have to do. So we want to try to spawn him. And to do that, or actually we probably, oh lord, we need a lot. I think we're gonna need a like root thing for him, right? Or say if we go to NPC, he's gonna need a role. Okay, yes. So what we do is we can go to NPC. Well, we don't have to go to NPC role, but we go to plus. We want a NPC role. We go to the folder. It'll already be in the NPC role folder, and then we don't want to go to Crested Gecko. We're in dinosaurs. We want to create Saurian's Cave Raptor. Create that, and we're going to select that because that's where we want it to be. And then what do we want it? We'll just call it the name of our guy. Saurian's Cave Raptor. And then we're going to copy Hytale's. If it even has one. Does it have one? It might not, actually. Well, now that they added it in the game, I think it would. Right? We'd have to find it. Not aquatic, not avian. Unless... No, okay. They do have all the like birds of prey as a raptor though, which is cool. I like to see that. Okay, so he's in reptile. Boom. And we'll just copy his asset. I think that should work. Yeah, so this is kind of like what controls all the stuff. Like all their variables? Like all their variables, all their what's the word? I'm blanking. No. Josh, help me out. What's the word? I forgot. Anyway, all their variable stuff. So reference template raptor, I think. Do we want to change this? Whoa. Let me turn that down. So our appearance, we want it to be the name of our texture asset, which I think is just Saurian's Cave Raptor, I believe. So we would call the appearance Saurian's Cave Raptor. And then if we wanted to like change any of its parameters, that's the word that I'm thinking of. If we wanted to change any of those, we can do so. Drop Raptor Cave, that's fine. I think everything in here is fine except for Saurian's Cave Raptor for the appearance, because that makes it turn into that like white red texture that we made. And I think that's okay. I think that's it. Let's apply. Okay. Now I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, for spawning. Zone 1. How does this work? So I think if we wanted it to spawn, could we, like say if we wanted it to spawn in zone 1, tier 1, which is the plains area of the first area, that's kind of where we're at right now. I think what we could do is we can just copy this, paste this, and we can change this to Saurian's Cave Raptor. And I think that's okay. I'm also going to erode. Oopsie, let's apply. Invalid. Wait, did I... Is this it? Nope. I've had this issue before. I don't know what fixed it, really. Maybe it's just... Maybe it's this. Let's space this. Nope. Space this. Whoopsie. Was that a bracket or was that a squiggly bracket? I think that was a squiggly. Oh lordy. Here, let's discard our changes. It's because for me it's hard to tell like how, because these are supposed to be like under each other, right? And it's hard to tell exactly the distance that they're under each other, so NPCs, do we want to maybe it was this, maybe I did it too much, like too far. Copy this, enter here, paste that. Maybe that. And then we do Dorian's Cave Raptor. Apply? Nope. Same thing. Why, Why doesn't that work? Or would it be on the same level? It probably would be, huh? Like they should be in the same, I think. Nope. Darn. No. Huh. All right. Well, that's fine for now. For now, we'll figure that out in time. And what we're gonna do instead, well, first of all, let's see if just doing that, making its NPC roll, if that added it to the game. Let's see. Yes. There it is. It's in. Cool. And we can spawn in a normal one. See them side by side. Cool. Look at that. And I believe it should act exactly like the cave raptor. Let's go with big tree. And they do. It's got the same animations. The same, sounds so far. It's just a different color. Which is super cool. Here we can freeze these guys. Nope, get over here. There you go. No, sorry. You stay. You stay. There. You stay too. Stop. I just need you to. Oh no. Whoopsie. There you go. Right side up. You click and then, so you don't have to click and drag. You just click and then turn. Okay. Good to know. Alright, calm down, calm down, calm down. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now we can see these guys. And that's so cool. And that was, I'd say that's, apart from the folder thing, like just like in terms of changing the texture, it's super easy. And here, I can show that process. So what I did is I opened my like art editing software, my art software, Krita, which is free. And all I did, I found the texture file So, and then you open that. And then all I did was I just adjusted the colors. And oopsie daisy. I do feel like that's not like the only thing you'd want to do. Like if you like wanted to make like a proper like really nice looking texture, um you'd probably have to put in a little bit more, work for that. But if you wanted to do something quick and easy, you can just go to like the filter, you can adjust, go to color adjustment curves, and you can just kind of just fiddle with this and see what happens. But with doing this, it changes everything, at the same rate. So, that can make things like look washed out or super dim, as you can see here. I think what I did specifically was something similar where I kind of just went to the colors. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not that. Not that. What did I do? Color balance, maybe? No. It was something. It was some other way to adjust it. But yeah, I mean, again, here's another example if you could just like kind of change just different color levels. And you get like a whole different set of textures. See, like that. And with Blockbench, you can test it really quick and easy. Instead of like having to put it in the game to test it out, you can. So we can just we'll just export this as a stream test texture. Whoopsie daisy. Right, and you want it to be a PNG. So basically, so this alpha or the background here is like invisible or clear. Then we can open up Blockbench, open up our Raptor model, and then just put in that new texture. Stream test. And boom, that's what that looks like. Which it looks super funky and like, overexposed here in the lights. And but that was just like a quick test. Or if you wanted it to look completely different, if you wanted to like change these completely, like not even keep the same texture, you can literally just change the texture if you wanted, which is super cool. But yeah, and that was just my quick test because it would be cool to have different variations, I think, of the dinosaurs. And I wonder how that works. I mean, we'll have to figure it out. But I imagine, I just had the thought, like, say if you did make multiple variations of the same dinosaur, say like so a couple cave raptors, how would you have them spawn naturally and randomly? And I think that would be within the spawning here. So right here in the mod world NPC spawn, I think I'm imagining this is like a whole. Well, would it be? The way this is folded makes me think that maybe, like it makes me think that this is just like the world spawn for every NPC, but I don't think that would be correct. I think they would. I imagine you would have different NPC spawn folders, but maybe not. We can take a look at Hytales. And if we took a look at close audio, if we took a look at the world NPC or the spawns, NPC spawn, world NPC spawn, unique, void, zones. So for zone 1, interesting. Okay, so the game. Interesting. So it separates it. So if we click on one of these, because you can see that they're groups. So there's like the critter group. Like there's forests critter, swamps critter, mountains critter. I bet you, yes. So all of the critters are then in this one, like, code. Okay. And currently, I don't think there are different variations of, like, the animals. I think it's just, an animal, and then it's just that animal. It's not like they have different, like, textures or different colors. But with this, we can kind of see how that would work. Like, so they all have different weights. The weight is the number for, like, determining how much they spawn. So the higher the weight number, the more they spawn. The lower the weight number, the less they spawn. And so I imagine what you would do is you would do one of these for each like variation of a thing you have and just make it that different variation. Like how this is making it a different animal. So I'm also trying to see how this is structured, just so I can get an idea of why it's not working for our raptor. So NPCs, it's got the bracket, and then it's got the squiggly bracket. And each squiggly bracket holds the specific code. Then it's a comma, then it's another squiggly bracket. And then at the end, I imagine, let's see, no comma, and then just end bracket. Okay, so if we take a look then, reverse engineer that for our own mod, we can go to our, not the role, we go to our spawn. And what we can do here is we can do tier, I would like to, okay, hang on. Because I want to do, like, because you see how they did it with different categories of creatures. I'd like to just make one for the dinosaurs. However, yeah, it's probably a good idea to do that. Maybe? Would it be a good idea? Because I think, because this mod pack's only going to be dinosaurs, so it might not make a difference to just add in dinosaurs, because we'll basically, if we do different if we do different zone tier spawns, they'll all just have dinosaurs in them anyway, so maybe it's not needed to put in dinosaur in the title of that. Okay, so the squiggly bracket. So there's an extra squiggly bracket here, which is not needed, I think. Right? No, it is, because I see. Because it's flock, and then squiggly bracket size, then, open bracket for 1 and 2, close bracket, then the close squiggly bracket for the flock, close squiggly bracket for the spawn code. And then what we do, let's try to type it out ourselves. Let's see if we can. Let's get hacking, shall we? Okay, so we're going to put a comma. We're going to enter. I don't like... that's scary. Okay, so I was thinking, like, it'd be nice if we could just tab, but that's fine. Then we're going to do open bracket, open squiggly bracket. We're going to do enter. We're going to... Okay, maybe not. We're going to just, I guess, space? Maybe? I don't know. Let's not do space. All right, we're going to do quote. We're going to do wait. End quote. Colon. We'll wait it 8. Then comma. Enter. I can't. Oh, there we go. It wouldn't let me like space. It kept going down to a new line, but no, it worked. I think that's because I typed. In the same line, then we do another quote. We do spawn block set. End quote, colon, space, quote, soil, end quote, comma. Then we're going to enter. New line, keep it in line, and do ID. Then we're going to do colon, then we're going to do space. We're going to do quote, and then we're going to call this this is going to be our Saurians cave raptor, end quote, comma, enter. I'm just going to copy paste that at this point. Do that. That should be, yep, like that. The one is under the S. And then we're going to do a close bracket. Right there. I think. Or would it be here? Or there? Maybe there. Does that work? That worked! I think the thing we were missing, like, honestly, I think it was just the comma. Right here. Since I just well... No. Maybe it was having the comma here. Because I copied and pasted. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. So now it should be about... It should spawn in as much as this... Oh, the sleep animation I've got. It's cursed. Alright. We should see the Saurian raptors now spawn throughout the plains. Here's a ducky. I think. I hope. Oh god. Just had some pizza. There's a bit stuck in my mouth. Oh my god. Stuck in my throat. We're good. There he is. No, that's the Tetra bird. Dang it. There he is over here. Look at him. Sick. Cool. Hello. Cool. That works. Okay. Nice. So what other stuff do we need to work on? So apart from, because of course we still want to do the so like I want to work on doing like fixing basically the main problems with my crested geckosaur in this stream. That's kind of like my goal. At least work on it, see if we can try to figure out some of their problems. I feel like a lot of it's going to be changing the model though, because I want to work on changing how the animation looks basically. So if we take a look at our guy, quite a few of them, the animation's completely like not right. Compared to the raptor. And in order to figure that out, we're going to basically just we're going to reverse engineer his rigging points in his model. And we're going to try to do the same points in our model. Pretty much. And I just kind of want to look so you can compare. We could do something silly, you know. Let's... Not silly, but kind of like a way to debug this. So if we take a look here, take a look at you. It feels so, like, Like I feel like a god, just moving everything just at will. Okay, so we got both our guys. Right now, I don't know what that animation is. Is it? It might be the fall animation. Or the fly? It wouldn't be fly. Oh gosh. But so the reason why I want to just have them up next to each other, we're gonna go to their animations. So in the model, we're gonna take a look at the walk. We're gonna look at the walk. Go to the walk. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have it loop. Or would that make sense with them flying? Not really, huh? Okay, what is the fall? I'm gonna guess that them floating in air is... Unless it's float? Let's see, because there's a fly. I don't think it's fly, because flying, I'm pretty sure, is them flapping their arms. I believe. So... Then our only options are... Fall? And I wonder... I thought I saw a float one. There's a swim float. It could be float. Not sure, though. How would we... I wonder how we would be able to test... How we would be able to know. Because you can see, like, them floating in midair, they have an animation. Here. So instead, we'll just... Can I put you on the ground? There. He should not be. Is it because I froze him while he's walking? Oh, interesting. So if I unfreeze this guy, if he walks and I freeze him, he just keeps walking. Okay, that's cool. That'll do. That's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to have them both walk. So we can take a look at their animations like this. And as you can see, it looks like... So his, like, feet aren't rotating at all. I'm trying to see if everything is moving here. Is like... Is that joint... I think it is. Like the shin... Or the calf. Calf to the shin. Shin to the calf. So you got the foot. Then I'm going to call this the shin, that little one. Then the next one calf. And then the next one like thigh. So every single one of them is like pivoting. So the ankle from the foot to the shin. The shin to the calf. That's also rotating. The knee from the calf to the thigh. That's rotating. And then, of course, the thigh itself, the hip. Okay, and this is doing none of that. The thigh isn't going. The only thing that's moving is the knee. I actually kind of want to see, just make sure it's not just the static one. Yeah. Interesting. All right, so we're going to take a look at the model in Blockbench and see what's going on. So here's the cave raptor, the normal cave raptor. We're going to take a look. Oopsie. We actually don't need to do it. Go to animate. Actually, we could take a look at it, though, because then we can just look at everything. And this would be a way to figure out. Actually, out of curiosity, what is fall? Was that the one? I think so. That's flying. That's cool. What is swim float? Oh, swim float is not here. Okay. That's all right. Okay. But anyway, is there a way to like highlight or like open up all the bones? Maybe not. Okay, so we're gonna go back to edit here, and then we're gonna. So first of all, I think the first thing that I'll need to do is kind of give it like a neutral pose, like this. So this is the. I'm gonna get rid of this guy. This is the neutral pose of the raptor. And mine, if you take a look at mine, it's very different. At least like with the arms. My arms are like in like the middle of like they're in a dynamic pose. They're not neutral. So that's what we need to change. I think that's at least the first thing we need to change. Would be his arms. Just have him go straight down. I was completely trying to base this raptor off of the cave raptor, but that was only through pictures. Like, I didn't have the model since this was before the game came out. And I like made it look like the face and the hips, they're like tilted. Because I thought that would look cool, and I thought that's kind of how the raptor looked. So as you can see, I have two cubes for the face, or for the head, that are tilted, and that has like led to this weird texture issue here, like in between them where they join. And same with the main body as well, or kind of like the butt, the hips, the pelvis. So that's going to be something I'm going to want to change, I think. And honestly, it would probably be a huge help, because we can just then instead of having two cubes, we would just make one cube. Because if you look at the raptor model, there's nothing like that. They're all just straight cubes. And honestly, yeah, it was a nightmare to like texture this with that in mind, like with them joining in mind. It was terrible. So we're going to change that. I'm going to actually make a list here, because this can be a lot of stuff. So model changes. We're going to want to change tilted cubes to one cube. All right, and then make neutral pose. All right, so that's what we got going on so far. Change those tilted cubes, make a neutral pose. I'm trying to look at his legs. His legs kind of look okay, like similar to mine. Like I think they're fine. Maybe I would just bring this inside of this calf more. But like the legs like tilt out. Mine do as well, kinda. His feet are pretty flat, and they're super chunky too. Kinda much thinner. But I think that's fine. Methinks. Like, at least for now. And of course, this is my first model that I've ever done, and I'm okay with it being, like, looking as such, you know? At least for now, at least until I get more experience, and maybe I'll come back to this and change it up, or maybe I'll just, you know, move on with different models and different stuff. What happened here? I wonder why that happened. Because these teeth used to be straight. I think it's when I changed the UV map to look like this, like compact, I think it just kind of adjusted this weirdly. Oopsie, I painted him. Oh gosh. Okay. So we have those, and then we can look at, so what I mean by rigging points, like for the animation, is like each, like when you group the cubes together in a model, they will, like say, let's take a look here at the toe. When you group them, or like, so you select like a few of them and you can group them together, it'll make a folder of them, and that like folder of them will technically be a bone, and that means it will be able to be moved through animation. And with that, and they'll also like all move together. So like anything you have in this folder will be able to be moved all together. So like here I have it as the claw, the toe pad, and the main toe cube. So I have it here, here's the actual toe, the claw, the pad. And they're all together. So now, looking at them all together, they'll have a pivot point, which is right here. This little dot here. And we can tell if we press R, it'll want to rotate. And that's where the pivot point is, and that's where that will pivot everything from. And so the idea here is at each limb, so let's go to the foot, you want it to rotate at where like your ankle would be, or the ankle of the character would be. So right here. Which I think, well, specifically, I don't know if this one, like, I feel like it almost maybe is too far. Like, I think I want to kind of merge the cubes a bit more. As I said, with the shin going into the calf, maybe put that in the calf more, and maybe put the foot in the shin more. The shin into the foot, however you want to say that. But for now, like I said, that's fine. Then from there, we go further out to the ankle. I'm calling this the ankle. I'm not sure what else to call it, really, so it's being called the ankle. And then I call this the calf, and this the thigh. So at the ankle, it'll rotate everything down, like then on down, and then this is where it rotates. So right now in the game, this is the only thing that is like moving when it walks for some reason. And you know what? I think maybe I just need to change the names of the folders. Maybe. Potentially. But we'll see. So that's the ankle. Then I have the calf. Which is technically, it would be the knee, but like I'm kind of calling this part of it the calf. And then we have the leg, which rotates here at the hip. So they're all there, but for whatever reason, they're not like being used. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the cave raptor and we're gonna take a look at his, what everything is called for him. So he's got the toes. They have toe claw. What the heck? What the heck? Holy crap. So they have toe claw, which is that first main one. And that's grouped. That's interesting that that's grouped. Whoopsie daisy, oh no. Oh no. Oh god. What the? Looks like one of the Godzillas from the 2000, was it 1999? 2000? Godzilla movie? What the heck? What happened? What the? Hold up here. Something ain't right. All right, there we go. So, it's cool. It's cool to see this. I love that. Like, it's so accessible like this. Um, like it really gives you like a look behind the scenes at everything, and it's really cool. I love that. So these are grouped. That's grouped. So it's just that claw and then that claw. It's interesting that these claws aren't in the same grouping. Well, I guess they're all under toe claw. So I guess they would be, huh? Okay. And then we got the toe. Then the other toe. Then we got the foot. It's called L foot. And then we have heel. So they call that the heel rather than the ankle. Then they call this the calf. Okay, so I called it the calf too. Okay, cool. And then the thigh. As you can see, that rotates like down. The pivot point for that is a lot lower. I have mine like way up. Okay, let's work on that. Let's do that. So what I want to do is am I losing my voice? Holy crap. Oh my goodness. So what I would like to see, so the foot. So we have foot. And they have toes. L toe. The big one is the first one, and then 2 and 3. And then foot. So if we take a look at my toes. Take a look at my toes. Don't look at my toes. So I call it first toe. L foot. L ankle should be. Is it ankle or was it shin? Was it shin? Heel. It was heel. Okay, so we're going to call L ankle heel. L foot is fine. We're going to call this toe. L toe. Is it L dash? I think it is L. So call it L dash toe. Are they capitalized? I think so. And then L dash toe 2. L dash toe 3. We're also going to call this L dash foot, but with a capital F. Excuse me. Then we have L calf, which I think is the same. But that's interesting. Or is it? Oh. Is it? Wait a second. No. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. I was going to say, if that's the only one that we had named together, then that makes sense that it's the only one moving, but it's not. So the heel was the one that was moving? What did I have it called? I called it the ankle. And we have L calf. And then L leg, which they have it as L thigh instead of leg. Hang on, let's take a look. I think they should still be moving in Hytale, right? Yeah. So if you take a look, like that's what standing looks like. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna take a look at standing. Oopsie. I need them to stop walking. There you go. Okay. So you see his feet are flat, but not when he's walking. Oh, okay, so it wasn't the ankle that... It was the calf that was moving. Okay, so that... I think that does explain then. Maybe, like, why that's the only thing that is being adjusted. Because that's the only one that had the same name. And that would make sense as to why they're all sticking up, because it's, like, pushed forward. And the toes and the feet can't go down, I guess? But here, so since we changed that, everything's called, at least for the legs, everything's the right name, except for the thigh. We're going to change the thigh. Call this L. Thigh. And instead of naming all of the ones for the right side, we're just going to delete the right side. If I wish these were all also like collapsed, that would be very nice. So the leg, our leg, we're going to just delete this whole thing. And you will see why. So I'm going to highlight. I'm also going to, I think I am going to change this pivot point down a bit. Kind of closer to the cave raptor. This one? Nope, this way. Maybe like that, maybe a bit higher. It's very far. Does it matter? I suppose. I mean, I think it only is going to be rotating in this axis, but just for like the sake of getting more experience placing them, we'll get it kind of closer. Okay. I think further back a bit. Why is it changing? Okay, that's... You see that? I'm only changing the pivot point. It shouldn't be moving like where its position is. I think that's a bug. I think, if I had to guess. I don't think that's supposed to happen. But there's been like working on this for the past like 2 weeks or a week and a half or so. I have noticed a lot of like little bugs like that I'm assuming are bugs, but I also am new to it, and maybe they're just how it works. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, but anyway, now that we have that changed a little bit, we are gonna turn on mirror modeling, and what that's gonna do is when we adjust this, we're just gonna like adjust it like a little bit in the back. If I can. There we go. It'll mirror the model. All right. Okay, so now, we don't want that as well. We don't want. Can I get this out of you? Leave the body, please. Okay, come on. We don't want a body too. Can we resolve group? There, okay. Nope, not in the thigh, please. Nope, Shiza. Okay, so that's probably what I have to do. We'll take this, drag it up here, put it in the body. Huh? There. Okay. Turn off mirror modeling. We don't want that. I have definitely kept that on by accident sometimes, and it's, you know, duped a lot of stuff accidentally. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to save this. We're going to export it. Yep, we're going to replace this. And then we're going to have to go to our folder for our pack. I think actually it's not in here. Not in there anyway. I think it's in here, right? I think so. I'm not actually... Is it taken from this? No, I'm not sure. Because when I started doing this, the modding thing, I looked at I looked at a few videos. The first one made a resource folder, and I put this in resources. And now I can't recall if I am using that in here. I guess I would be able to see here. No. Okay, so I'm not. So I can get rid of those, I think. Those are old. I'm just gonna do it. Because they're saved they're saved in a different folder in my computer, so that is fine anyway. Okay, so what we do then is we go over here, we go to NPC. We go to models? No. We go model asset? Yes. So we just change this, I think. Let's try. So I need to go to Blockbench. I don't know why I don't have my Blockbench folder set up here. I need to do that ASAP. Because I cannot find it. I'm just gonna do this. So it's in my Blockbench in my B drive. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my B drive, Blockbench, and it's in here. These aren't it. These is it. Okay, so we're gonna copy this. Then we're gonna go back to our pack. Oh, actually, before I do that, let me Blockbench. We're just gonna pin to quick access, so it's here. Okay, so in our model asset, we have Crested Geckosaur. We're gonna put in Crested Geckosaur model. I don't think I want to delete that because I'm not sure what's going to happen. So instead, we're going to go back to our asset editor and we're just going to change the file. That is for the texture. We want the model. Is that the same? Wait a second. No, it's different. Okay, so I got to get rid of that then. I gotta get rid of these. So it's in models, dinosaurs. Nope. No, it's in NPC. NPC group, dinosaur. Nope. Okay. Gecko models. Model textures. It is in NPC somewhere. Hold up. Is it in common? NPC? Ah, it's in common. Okay. And here, model textures. We want to replace the file. So if we do that, then it should, right? It should still be taking the same file. It should just change the model now. I do want to change the texture. See this, so this is what would happen from my original texture that I made, which is very unfortunate, but so I squished it down and that's what this one is. I have to change the UV map. for that. That should update. I suppose in a second, maybe? Okay, anyway. Hey, look at that! Oh no, his legs! Look at that. Look at that model walk. That's amazing. Yeah, look at you. That's awesome. All right, so, well, now that's working. So it was just the names. Look at you. That's so funny because they're like really swinging their hips. Come on, go for it. Do your thing. Do your thing, girl. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Nice. There, it's a little low. Like it's below the ground. Oh my goodness. Yeah, come and get me. Oh wait, can I do the running animation? Grab it? Oh no, hang on. Freeze it. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Okay. So, the access is messed up. Is it the access or would it be the, like... Because how does that... That means... Like, would we just somehow have to pivot it looking like left a bit more? Like, angle it left? Tricky. Let's see. So, if we open back up block bench. So if we take a look at our thigh and take a look at the pivot. Oh yeah, you see? Yeah, it is angled in. So we got to angle it out. How do we rotate the pivot point though? Because if we just rotate this, it's just going to rotate the leg. It's not going to rotate the pivot. Or would it? Oh, it did. Okay. Alright, well then let's make it look a little straighter. Yeah, that should be good. Right? And I'm not sure what angle I just rotated it at, so we're going to do the leg thing again. We're just going to delete this leg. Click on that one, open up mirror modeling, and then we're going to mirror it. It is going to copy the body again, but that's fine. Alright, there we go. Nope, we don't want... There we go. Okay. And since we're here, let's just straighten out the arms again. So, or like this, I should say. So we just we want them to be straight. Like this. Oy. So I'm just gonna right away delete that arm. We're gonna take a look here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna rotate it. So it's down. Oh, but you see, then that changes that. Ooh. So would we want to instead go inside of the folder? Because we don't want to change that. We don't. What we want to change is the specific blocks. So we go to. I don't have any of these named either. Well, like any of the main big cubes. They're just cubes. We have cube and cube. So that's going to be something I'm going to need to change as well, because they're going to need to have pivot points on the elbow and at the wrist. I think the wrist is already covered with the hand. Yeah, but not for the elbow yet. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take the cube. This is going to get a little messy, huh? Because I'm going to move this. It's not going to move with this. Unless, can I do this? That wouldn't. Alright, we're just going to have to do it. We're just going to have to send it. Rotate. Get it close. How does it look over here? It's much lower. I don't think I want it to be as low though, because I kind of modeled it. Well, I just modeled it entirely differently, but like if I make it as that low, his arms are going to be so low to the ground. But I mean, I guess if you look at his, they're pretty low too. So maybe we try. Go a bit low. I want them straight. It's like almost 90 degrees. Negative 90? Negative 90. There. Bring it forward a bit, maybe a little bit more. Okay. Then we change this guy. Oh, he's super rotated. Okay. Almost. He's almost there. Kinda. There we go. Then bring it in the middle, lower it. We'll definitely want it, oopsie, inside of the arm. Boom. Okay. And then the hands. The hands are so chunky. I'm definitely going to move everything together here. Oh, I still have mirror modeling on. Whoopsie. Well, you know what? That's okay. I mean, it's fine. I'm going to have to end up deleting that anyway. If I want to change the names. That's fine. That is okay. See, that's what I wanted to avoid. I wonder if... Because I want to keep that... that rotation point not rotated. So if we instead just select all of these, that might give us the way to do that. Oh god. Nope. Where's the hand? And so this is another thing that I've ran into, and I don't know if this seems like a bug to me. Oh, you know what it is? I think maybe they're just, well, that just still doesn't make any sense. I was going to say maybe they're, because here's the pivot point, you can see it. But yet I'm rotating them from here, and also they're not all rotating from there. It's just really wonky. But that's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to do it like one at a time, and that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out like ways to do it quicker, and that's all right. That's all right if we do it slower. At least for now. like I guess I'm thinking of like if this was a job, like you probably would want to go way faster. You probably want to know all the shortcuts, and that's kind of like one of the things I would like to learn, though, too. Like not in terms of like shortcuts and like skipping stuff, but shortcuts just to, you know, make work go a bit faster. Okay. Do we want it kind of like on the outside? Or this side? Maybe kind of like that. Alright. Now for this, if I move these together, they're going to move together. Will they rotate together? No. The rotation point's all the way over here. Oh, lordy. So we might have to do each thing. No! That's so sad. Well, I feel like maybe it won't be bending the fingers too much. Like, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look. How do the hands look here? Okay, they are definitely they are separated. But they are, I can see the rotation points are like angled. Let's try it. Let's try to move them all together just as the group. What the heck? What? Why is it all the way over there? Hold on. Okay, let's see. So I'm just gonna try to get it away to see kind of like where the end of it is easier. So we can see the pivot points all the way over here in front of it. So we gotta move it backwards, way back, a bit too far back. That's pretty good. And now we want to move it to the right, so the X, and then a little bit higher. Yeah, right there. Okay, now we want to move it in place. Rotate it. You see how that's, yeah, that's very interesting, how it's spun around like that. Now it's like axis of rotation is like very off. Is that because of where it is? Maybe? Like what if I move it like that? Yeah. And also you saw it do it there again, where it like changed its position. Like I want it to swing this way, like rotate this way, but I won't be able to do that. I think I go little bit by little bit. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's pretty good. I think I did it a little too much, maybe. There, I like that. Okay, next finger. So again, we're gonna change the pivot point. Up, back. And that's not so bad, actually. I kind of don't mind it. I don't mind it. I do, like, it can go up one. But see, now it's too far, I feel like. There, let's do that. That'll do. Lower it a bit. Well, since it's going to pivot around this point. Whoopsie daisy. There we go. Okay, that's not bad. I like that. I think that's all right. I might just bring it up a bit higher. There. Okay. And then the thumb. How's the thumb look here? It's just to the side and still down a bit. Okay, so then the thumb. I feel like I think I stopped. I was doing something with the legs, wasn't I? Started working on the arms, I think. Oh well. I'm sure we will remember at some point. So we're going to bring this forward, bring this a bit back, and then bring it up. This is where it gets a bit tricky. Too far. Okay, that's pretty alright. I think it would help if this was like angled properly. Honestly though, I mean maybe we just keep it like that. Maybe we'll give it a bit. Whoopsie. Give it a little bit of Z. Sure, that'll do. And how is it angled in this? So his like the top of his thumb is here. On that side, it's facing up. Top of his thumb is facing up. Okay, so we're gonna rotate this. We're gonna raise it up a bit to my thumb point, which is right there. That music reminds me a bit of Vsauce music. Just a little bit. Kind of like the end of some of their videos. Maybe we want to angle it down a bit more. Kind of like that. Okay, I think I like that. I think that will work. Oh, that's right. No, we did finish up because we just needed to rotate the legs out to change the pivot point. Okay, so we're good on the legs. Okay, so now, oh, there's a second body. Just get rid of that whole thing. Okay, now with the hands, we're gonna rename them. And so, we're going to go through the whole... Are those backwards? No, they're fine. Are they? Wait a second. I think the claws might be backwards. Hold on. Well, they definitely have more black than they should. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, they were just flipped. Okay, they were just flipped around. Gotcha. Let me save. Okay. So, now we're going to go through, we're going to go look at the raptor. We're going to take a look at each of his namings, because they need to be the same. So we'll start with the third finger. And he's got the claw. He's got the claws as their own bone. I wonder why. I say he. The game. They. See the claws here. So the claw is attached to there, and then they're also attached to there. Now, I don't have three-dimensional claws. I just have just one quad. That's not what I meant to press. Whoopsie. So, if we take a look, I have the claws and the toe pads. Let's start with this finger. So I have the claw, the toe pad, and the finger. I think I would be fine if those didn't articulate. Or would I? That would be kind of cool if they did, though, huh? Oh, let's do it just in case. So they have them called L Finger 3 Claw. So L Finger 3 Claw. And then L Finger 3 Claw. I wonder why they separate them. Right, I'm trying to think of like if you would ever use like because there's two quads here. I'm like trying to think of I wonder like why they have them separated. Because in what scenario would you ever move them in different, move them differently? Here he is. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep my claws and my toe pads together. We're going to call it L Finger 3 Claw. So, whoopsie. We're going to group these. L, then dash, finger 3, dash, claw. And we're going to move the pivot point up to basically, I guess we'd put it like kind of right under the claw. So we're going to move the pivot point. Oh, Lord. That sucks. So me pulling like Y is this up and down axis, but yet me increasing it, it's going this way. Ooh, that is rough. So it's my Z now. I feel like, is that going to mess up? I think that would, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that mess up how they are? Oh no. Well, we're gonna find out, but I feel like that would mess up like the base animations or like at least like the base positions of them. Because if the Z, or let's take a look. So if we take a look at their finger 3, if we increase the Y, okay, it also does the same thing. Okay, or does a similar thing. So maybe it's not so bad. Okay, that is good to know. It's a relief. All right, so X or no Z, maybe there, and push it forward a bit. Yes, and then maybe like that. Okay, I'd be happy with that. Well, now it's a little too far. Maybe there. Okay, I like that. Ooh, my neck. Okay. So now that we have L finger claw, 3 claw, let's go to the second finger, or the first finger. Technically not the second finger. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to take the toe pad, select the claw as well. We're going to group those. And this will be L dash finger 2 dash. Claw. That's a whoopsie. Need a dash. And I know they're named differently, but that's fine. The actual elements, that's all right. That is a-okay in my book. Hopefully I'm not too quiet. I haven't, streamed in ages, and I don't know what the settings I had were. But hopefully the volume's been okay. If not, definitely let me know. So, yeah, we just gotta up it. So that's gonna be Z again? Yeah. Nice. Now we go to the side. Or to the front, technically. Okay, now down. Holy crap. What is moving it that way? The X? There we go. I think it's too... I would like it to go like more inside the finger. But then that pushes it so much further out. My brain. My brain can't handle this. Let's try it from this way. That might help. Maybe like right here. How is this oriented? Is it like this? Okay, so this is pushing it in and out. Then the Z should push it. Oh lord. Oh lord. Okay, if I can just bring it out a bit, and then there. Okay. It's not perfect, and that's okay. I'm happy with that. Okay, then the first finger, aka the thumb. Thumb? So we're gonna select the pad, the claw, group them, call it the L, finger 1, claw. Right, that's how they call it, just finger 1. Just finger, okay, not finger 1. They don't include the 1. The 1 is a given. Okay. And now the pivot point. Let's see if I can get in line right away. So if I change the X, is that going to go up like, is that going to do it this way? No, it's the opposite. Oh, I see. It's the lines. See the little lines in the middle? I see. Okay, so X is going to push us that way. Then our Z is going to push us up. Or no, our Y would. Our Z is kind of our depth from this angle. Okay, then I think we want to go X and then Z. More X, more Z, less X, more Z, another X. And then if we could just make it higher. Oh, so if we wanted to make it higher, we would have to increase all of the values. I think. Not increase, but, move them in this direction, whatever this direction would be for them. So this over here, the X, I believe is less. Yep. Okay, and then the Z, whatever that direction is, which is less as well. And then the Y, up. Sweet. Okay, now we want to go right more. I'm sure there's like some way to fix this or to do it differently, but I don't know what that is, and that's okay. I think that's all right. Maybe I'll give it another. Oh man, you know what? That's fine. we're good with that. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay, those are just the claws. Now the fingers. So if we take a look at the finger, they have the claw and the finger grouped together in L finger. So we are gonna group. They're already grouped. It's just we just got to name this to L finger. L finger 3. And I already have the pivot point where it wants to be. Yeah. Alright. Now the first finger, we just need to rename it. L finger 2. And the thumb we call L finger. And that's also already good. I didn't check this one. Okay, that's good. It is good to know that they need to be the right names for characters in order to match them up with the animations, which makes sense, you know, because how else would it tell? So naming them, you know, makes sense. But now that's good to know for whenever I make a new model. Just name everything the right thing. And it makes sense, at least so far, I think, the naming convention. You got the claw on the finger on the, I believe it's going to be called hand. Yep. And then L or R to distinguish from left and right. Makes sense. I think for this, I kind of want to change the pivot point like a little further down, which is not going to be a nightmare for sure. Oh lord. Maybe just like that. Yeah, I think I like that a bit better. Maybe a bit more. And then some Z. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. And the hand is L hand. Where is its pivot? Its pivot is up by its wrist. Can I mess with this? See what it looks like? Yeah, so it's kind of just above where the end of the forearm is on theirs. So if we take a look at my hand, pivot is way too low, but at least it's at a good angle, which is nice. It's basically normal, which is good. A little bit this way. We're gonna go lower. I think we might up it a bit. V? Hello? Oh, it's over here. I was like, where'd the arrows go? Okay, that feels a bit better. Okay, now if we rotate it. Yeah. Come to shake your hand. Hello. Alright. That's the hand. All done. Now the arm. So what they do here, and what I do differently, or did differently, is I didn't name the little pieces. So this would, I'm sure would be elbow or forearm. Okay. Forearm. And then the forearm under the arm. So we're going to take this and the hand. group it. Call it L forearm. And then change the pivot. Bring it up. How is theirs? Is it? Okay. I'm not sure how much. Well, let's position it. I was gonna say I'm not sure how much this like cube goes into this other cube, but what we can do to figure that out is we can just rotate it. Okay, it goes pretty far in, which is good. We can just bring the pivot point up a bit more. There. I think that would be okay. All right, and then the arm, which I think is called L arm. Yup. Its pivot point is about there. I definitely have mine way too high up, which is a big, I'm noticing a pattern that I've done that. I just put it at the end of the cubes. Almost all of them. So maybe something like that. And like that. And then would it be in the middle or would it be touching? Okay, it's pretty much in the middle of the cube for it. So we can go. Whoops, not that way. Kind of like this. And now I'm going to turn on mirror modeling. And I'm going to kind of put it in a bit more. Boom. Then I'm also going to rotate it a bit. Yeah, I like that. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna save. And then the tail. Actually, I'm very curious about the tail. So if we take a look. Whoopsie daisy, that's not Hytale. Okay, so yes. I see only one of the tail joints is working, and that's the one to the body. So I probably called it tail. And then there's different tail sections. He's got 4. I think I got 4 as well. Yeah. Tail, tail, tail. 3 tails, and then the bit at the end, which is this toe pad. He's also got a quad, but it's just a tip. I think in future I'll put like another quad, kind of like that, just to connect the toe pad to the rest of the tail. Look at that swagger walk. Look at that. Ooh. Okay. So let's take a look at the tail. So my tail is called tail. So that one works, but it's the other parts that don't. So I called it tail joint and tail tip. Tail joint, tail tip. And for the raptor, it's tail, but then it's tail spine. Oh, the tail spine is that. Tail 2, okay. And under tail 2, tail 3. And under tail 3, tail 4. Does tail 4 animate? It does. Okay. So just tail 2, 3, and 4. That's not so bad. And there's not two of them, so we don't have to worry about like mirroring the model at all. Speaking of which, I'm going to make sure I turn that off. There we go. So if I look at this tail joint, this should just be called tail 2. This should be called tail 3. And then this, put it in its own group called tail 4. And I think the pivot points I pretty much had set up already. And they look good. Yeah. Nice. Alright, so that one should work now. The arm should work, and then I guess the last thing would be maybe the head and different body sections. Like, so if we take a look at the body, does it move? I think, oh, it's hard to tell, but I think it does. It looks like this middle section moves separately from the pelvis. And I think this section also moves differently from the midsection. Which I don't have that, I just have like a chest. Or like a torso, I guess. I don't have a chest. Maybe I should add one. I would kind of fill out this space a bit, like with the arms. But nah, we'll leave it as is. We'll leave it as is. So let's take a look here. We can at least do the like pelvis and torso area. So if we take a look, it's called the pelvis, and then it's called the belly. Then he's got a chest as well. So we'll just do pelvis and belly. And it's all under, everything is under the pelvis. Okay. Oh, and my pelvises are two different things, which I think is fine. Right, so that's the pelvic region. Group these. Don't call it butt cover. I have a little butt cover, what I call the butt cover, because that's where his butt is. Because, whoopsie daisy, without it, you get that like weird merge thing that I was talking about. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should just do that right away too. It's a little scary though to do that. Oh man, I shouldn't say it's scary. It's just because what I'll have to change a few things. Because I only have, for these cubes, I only have like half of them painted, or like most, like it's actually more than half, but like only, if you take a look at this, the shape of this cube, you see this blue, the blue cube here. I only have it painted like here, because that's where they meet in the middle. And then also with the tail as well, I only have it painted like here. So if I change that to just be one cube, it would, well, you know what? Instead of doing that, we could just merge them, make them straight. Well, no, because I think, because the reason why I would want to do that would to get rid of having two, and also having that merging issue, but also like having one cube instead of two would be a lot more convenient. But we'll keep it as is for right now. Let's just finish the, we will finish the naming of everything and the grouping. So we have the pelvis. Everything is under the pelvis. Even you. And this is the belly. And the belly will get its own group. called the belly. Right, called the belly. I like that it's called the belly. It's cute. All right, then you have neck, and I see there's 2 necks, which I also have. Neck 1, neck 2, neck 1, 2, 1, 2. So the 1 is the one that's touching the chest, or in my case, the belly. Also, is his straight? Okay, his belly is almost straight. I guess we'd probably just keep it like this. See what happens. All right, and then, yeah, let's collapse all this stuff. Oh, I forgot about that. What is this? Oh, wait, what? Okay. I just got confused by that like order for a second. Okay, there we go. So we have neck. So belly is in pelvis. Neck is in belly. Right? Yeah, here, we can close everything out. Holy crap. Here, if we close everything, it'll kind of make a bit more sense. Okay, I see. So, in the pelvis, but outside of the belly, we have the both thighs, the tail, and the pelvis spine. Which we don't have that. So the neck would be outside of the belly. But everything's in the pelvis. Everything is in pelvis, right? So everything will go in there. And then outside of the pelvis are the legs and the tail. Or everything outside of the belly. Legs and the tail. So that means everything that isn't legs or tail, so the arms, they would go in the belly. I feel like this would sound very crazy out of context. Alright, legs and tail are outside of the belly. Just like this. Good, good, good. Okay. Then in the belly, you have the belly and the chest. Where's the neck? Neck is in the chest. Okay, so I guess that makes sense. I don't have a chest though, so we ignore the chest. Look at neck and then the arms. The neck and the arms are on the same plane under the belly. Neck and the arms. Okay, that's good. Lovely. Okay, so what we're doing with the neck... Oh, lordy. Holy crap. Okay. So I have little neck, and I have back of the head. Oh yeah, I have that bit. And I have thick neck. So thick neck is going to be neck 2. Little neck is going to be just neck. Little neck, I believe, is on his own. We're gonna make a group for him. Call it neck. Nope, just call it neck. Not neck 2. Oh, I already have a neck. That makes sense. Okay. I see. All right. So neck, they have neck, the neck block, and then neck 2. Under neck 2 is the head. So we're going to take all of these, group them, and call that neck 2. Okay. Let me just make sure that these pivot points match up. Oh, so they're way lower. Holy. Way in the chest. Which I guess makes sense, because if this tilts up... Oh, God. Yeah, it's immediately showing. Well... Yeah. Yeah, so let's lower that. Oh, Lord, why are you doing that? Don't do that. A bit higher. Maybe like that. Okay. That'll do. And then we got neck 2. Which... That's interesting. Okay. So just a little bit above. I should also probably take a look at how they order everything else, but let's just get the pivot points like the same spots. And see, now I'm moving that first neck. When I was moving it like when I was moving the pivot point, the whole neck moved. Now I'm moving the pivot point on this part of the neck, and none of it's moving. Very, very odd. I think I kind of want it just a smidge back. Like that. Yeah. Maybe there. Or do I want it more centered? Because that one's pretty centered. But this one I know isn't centered on my neck, like that neck part anyway. His neck, you know what, let's just make this neck a little further down. Like that. And then I'm going to move the pivot point a bit closer. Yeah, okay. Right, neck 2 is done. Now inside of neck 2 they have a head. This is the head, which has a lot of parts. Oh Lord. Let's save. Don't forget to save. Why are we doing this? Why are you having me save a whole new thing? Why? Oh, because duh. That makes sense. I was trying to save this model instead of that one. Okay. So, head. So everything in the head, we have head 2, lure pole, which I'm guessing is this little anglerfish part. We have the horns. Then we have eyelids, eyes, jaw, and snout. So under my head, do they have like this part? What is this part? Okay, so that part is called head 2. And it's got feathers. It's just got feathers. How does that rotate? Like, let's take a look at the animations. Does it actually move? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. Maybe when it does that. But not even so. It kind of looks like it's just attached to the head. Yeah. It's not moving separately, I don't think. So, with that knowledge now gained, I will name it Head 2, my little, like, back of my head, my chunky part of the head. Kind of, what if we changed it like that? Because I kind of like that. Having it angled. See how it's, like, angled? Let's do that. Let's do that. And then we move it out. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh god, but it's got no texture. Yikes. Unless, what if we move it this way? Okay. I mean, it not having a texture kind of sucks, because, I mean, obviously it makes sense. I didn't do that part because it's, you know, not being shown. So what if we make it a little smaller? That's not bad. Or I should say, not as bad. Maybe a little shallower? Let's go with that. And we're going to call this Head 2. That's going to go under the head. Alright, and what else is going to go in the head? A lot. A lot. So, I guess we can make this a bit bigger too. This a bit smaller. Okay. I feel like I want to rotate this more. This way. What the lordy loo did I do? There we go. Okay, there. Alright, don't touch it. No more touching. Oh, it doesn't look great though. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. Just don't look at it for now. It's fine. Okay. Ugh. So, I'm thinking. I guess, is there a specific order we want to do them in? Not really, it seems. It seems like they all are just together. Apart from, I imagine the jaw will have a bunch of stuff. But so the eyelids are together, the horns are together. What's under the horns? Just the horns. So it's like everything is kind of just grouped up on its own. So I think let's then let's just start from the top. Let's top down. So if we take a look, let's do the eyebrows and the eyelashes. I'm trying to see. So he doesn't have. How do we do that? We would want them separately, I think. we would probably want them as like L eyebrow 2, L eyebrow, L eyebrow 1. Or what are they? So they call them horns. Maybe we do horns, call them horns as well. Yeah, okay, so we'll just group them with the horns. So we'll do L eyelash with the L eyebrow. Group them. Call that the L horn. And then we'll take a look at... I'm glad I named these. I'm glad I named these when I made them. I think I realized, because this was like one of the last things I put on, I was like, that'll probably be really helpful to like tell everything apart. So then we group these, call them L horn 2, which I don't know if that's like in the game. I mean, I think for the raptor, I imagine if I animate it, like if the animations are connected, it's probably not going to do anything with horn 2, because I imagine it doesn't have a horn 2 slot. So maybe if that's the case, then how about we group them together? We just put it under horn. Yeah. Now if that moves, if horn moves, they'll both move. And yet it's still separate in case other animations can be done. Gotcha. And then we do the same thing for the right. Let's just do it by hand this time, just to kind of get a feel for it. I didn't name these, unfortunately. This is just 2. 22. Okay, eyelashes with eyebrow. Group them. That will become R horn. And eyebrow 2, eyelashes 2. Group them. R horn 2. And then put that under R horn. Sweet. All right. Getting there. Let's do the eyes next. So what's going on with the eyes? Just an eye. It's just one big eye. But there is an eyelid as well. What the heck? Do you think... I wonder if maybe for the animation then, if... So, like, I just looked at that, right? That's like... There's a really tiny, like, thin cube. So for the animation... Oh, and you see how it's, like, 3D? Oh... I like that. That's kind of what I tried doing, but it didn't really work because they're at an angle, and then, like, the angles are slightly off, like, for rotating, so I couldn't get them, like, completely flush with the side of the face. And it just wouldn't look right. Because I tried doing that, like, putting them inside. But also, if you look at it... Oh, that's nice. That's great. It's, like, this cube... Like that this face has a chunk of it out as well to open up for the eye, and then making the eye also a cube. That gives it a lot of depth. I like that. Because mine is just I just have like a quad, just like a flat plane for the eye. And it doesn't wrap around the front. Okay, cool technique, good to know. And it is a big cube, which would explain why the eyelid is a big cube. And I'm going to guess, instead of it... Oh yeah, which would make sense. So for the animation, I bet it scales. So it probably scales like... Oh, that doesn't work. What the heck? Oh, interesting. then maybe not. Okay, we're gonna see how that works. We're gonna take a look at it right now. So we're gonna go to, would it be, is there a blink? Or maybe it's under idle. Sniff, I don't see a blink. No. Let's take a look at our game. Does it blink? It does when it looks. Do you see that? It's definitely not just a flat, like, cube, though. Huh. So that's during the look animation. Look around. Yeah. How does that happen? Oh, that's cool. The snout tilts too while it does it. That gives it so much life. Love that. Okay, let's see. How does that work? It does change the scale. Okay. It changes the scale and the position. You take a look at the eyelid over here. Here, we'll look at the right eyelid. Right eyelid. So position 1, 0 and 0. It's moving with the head. And then, whoa. It's got this 1 point, 2nd point, 3rd point. Duh, duh, duh. So it's got this point, this point, this point. I wish I could, like, I wish clicking on a node put the timeline to that node as well. There might be a way to do that, I just don't know. So this first position, does the position change? It does. So it goes from 0, -7, 0. And the scale, whoa. All, that's cool. Okay, so it just increases all of the scale. So when it's at -7, it's here. And it also gets it just big. So it like turns it into a cube. But not necessarily because it doesn't come outwards. How does that work? I don't know. But so it goes from 1. Oh, okay. What's the scale initially? Okay, so the scale initially is 1. And then, I see. So it puts another 1 here, because if this 1 was in here, then it would smoothly transition to this scale, to Y11. So it just increases the height. So it just increases the height. And if this 1 wasn't here, it would start at the beginning, slowly increase to 11, and then slowly increase back down. But because there's this 1 here, like it's starting here, quickly going to 1, and then also quickly going back to or going to 11, and then quickly going back to 1, staying 1 until here, and then 11 again, 1. Okay. 0, -7, 1. So it increases the size by 11, and then lowers it by 7. Which is interesting. I wonder why 7 and not like halfway. Because I guess that would, I mean, it would be close. It'd be like 5.5. But I think that would be about here. Right? It would be probably like 2 more pixels. And maybe at that point, it would just be sticking above the head. Maybe. No, but that's cool. That's cool to see that. It's nice to like look at this technique and see how it's done and how it works, because now I have a bit of a better understanding of how like an eyelid can be animated for like a model like this. Really cool to see. I love this, man. This is cool. This is so cool. All right. And where were we? We were looking at the eyes. That's right. And it's just eye. It's just eye. And then eyelid, which aren't attached to the eye. They're separate. I guess we should make an eyelid, huh? Yeah, we should. I don't know if it would work the same though, but yeah, let's do that. So the way I have my eye currently is I have them separate. Like I have, because the modeling video from the guy from Hypixel Studios, Thomas, he showcased making a fire golem, and like his eye that he did for that, he had like a separate pupil, which is on its own group, and the pupil can move around to like look around. But the raptor in Hytale does not do that, so what we're gonna do is, I guess we're just gonna group the eye. We're gonna group the eye and the eyeball together. Oh, and that was also a dumb idea. I put both of the eyes on the same group rather than making 2 separate like, groups for either side. Not the greatest idea. So how do I want to do that? I guess we take this out. We call this Li. Right? Is it just Li? Yeah. Then I think we take L eyeball, put it in here as well. Then we take right eye, right eyeball, group them. Alright. Okay, let's create an eyelid while we're here. Let's do it. Can we copy and paste from a different project? Does that work? Does this work? It does. Oh my gosh. Where is it though? Oh, it's way up there. Is it that much bigger? I don't think so. I mean, it's kind of comparable. I was just curious because it kind of seemed like it made it look like the raptor was that much bigger. How does this look? Oh, interesting. It needs to rotate 90 degrees. We are going to make it a different color. Is that the right side? Oh, I don't know. This is L. So it needs to be about the same angle as the face. That should be a little bit more. There, that should be good. Then it goes in. Are we in? No. Okay, we're in. Do we just stick it there, maybe? I guess what it needs to do, it needs to be able to be in front of the eyeball, which it is there. Ooh, and the thing is, it only changes... Oh! Yeah, we need to give it a... Oh, yeah, we need to give it a freaking texture, of course. I was like, it's just a painted texture, but it's not red. But, no, I get it, so... Yeah, we need to make sure we change that as well. Honestly, we could probably just find like a random orange, darker orange spot on the texture map, and we'll do it that way. So I guess I'm just trying to get this to cover the entire eye and not go out in front of it. So if we give that a texture, oh yeah, and it's got to get in front of the eye, the pupil as well. So let's see if we give it a texture. Where is that? Is that this? Yeah. So I think, what if we gave it like this? Because it's gonna get big too. Here? I don't know. Maybe just use this. Like the biggest like chunk of thing I have. And just hope for the best. I can see though that it's... So it's flush with the face, but not flush with the eyes. Or it's like, so... So this eye needs to be rotated. Oopsie, not that one. The eyeball. It rotates over here? What the? Let's do something about that, because holy moly. Okay. Oh, that's the left one, and I made it the right one. I see. I see, says the blind man, with no eyes. So that means these are the right eyes. Or the left eyes that are right. How did that happen? Why is... Oh. It's just the eyeball, or the pupil, the eye. They're swapped. Can I do that? Or no, it was... yes, okay, let me just rename them. Hold up. Don't call it 2. Why are you calling it 2? Oh, because I already have one here. That makes sense. There we go. So, we want to change, not that again, these. There, just to rotate it in a bit more. And then the eye... I think we just bring it in a bit. Oh, never mind. Oh, see those? It isn't flush. Not quite. See how close that is? I think that's as close as I'm gonna get. Yeah, the other way is too much. Okay, and then we move it in. As long as it's behind it, it should be good. And so now it'll go down about 7. It'll expand 11. Oh yeah, thinking about that more, it doesn't make quite as much sense because it's only expanding 11 in one direction. It's not like it's expanding 11 in both directions. Interesting, just interesting. So I'm not sure quite how that's gonna work. But we'll see. So LI, that's good now. Right eye, also good now. I think I'm just gonna mirror this and see what happens. Oh, lordy. There we go. Not too bad. Now, is this positioned properly? Will this cover? Yes. It just needs these guys to kind of get out of the way a bit. And just the eye. Need to rotate it more. Oh, there's two. I'm mirroring it. Oh, Lord. Like I said, I forget to turn that off a lot. So that needs to go further back. Okay, and same with the eye. I think we can do that, but then with this eye, just rotate it. Never mind. Because of where the rotation point is, it's not quite rotating how I expected it to. Now the eyelid. There we go. Okay, now it should have an eyelid. It will be just like pale white, but that's or not white, but pale tan, whatever that is. But that is okay. And then the eyelids, they also have their own. They're in their own group. So we just group it, call it our eyelid, L eyelid. Okay. Now for the snout. I guess this part should be like the head. Both those cubes. Yeah, so that's the head. I guess we'll call this head. I'm just going to give it a letter, even though it doesn't need it. Just to help myself differentiate them. So L head, R head. Then we have snout. Which in the snout, is it just snout? And it's also nose. So yes, he's got 2. I also have 2, that's right. And then teeth top. So the snout, and then nose, and then the teeth. My teeth are part of the... Oh, so how did they do that then? I guess they just made it a separate... Okay, they made it a separate cube. That's smart. And that makes a lot of sense. I have it where it's just the snout. Say this is the snout and this is the nose. I have it just so the teeth are like part of that texture of that cube. I mean, which works. But then you wouldn't be able to do anything. You wouldn't be able to like manipulate the teeth differently from the snout or the nose. Because for that you would have to change the texture. Okay. We are learning a lot from doing this, and I really like it. I love it. So, snout. So I have snout, and then what is this part? Oh, that's called the head. Okay, so this we want to call the snout. And this we want to call nose. We're going to group to the snout. Perfect. Then the nose is going to get its own thing. Boom. Right. Nose, snout. Okay, then the lower jaw. Does the lower jaw have a different one? No, it's just one, it looks like. And that's on the same level with the snout. And the eyes. It's jaw. And then jaw 2. And then teeth bottom front, teeth bottom back. What do those look like? Oh, I see. So this opened. Yeah, that's cool. Oopsie. Whoopsie daisy. Oh no, no, no. I wonder why that happens. Nope, that's weird. What the heck? So it's saying 256 by 192. Why? That's really odd. Let's just make it the normal. There he is in all his glory. Yeah, it's 256 by 192. Interesting. Okay. Mouth inner? What is that? Hold up. Let's open up the jaw. Ah! I dislocate it. Holy moly. Okay, so open it up. Mouth inner. Ah, so that's how they do that. Okay, I was curious how you would go about doing the mouth. And they just added just a quad to cover that. As you can see, my mouth is a whole mess on the inside. Mainly because of these like 2 cubes, like for the lower jaw and the top of the head. So that's like 4 different cubes all intersecting right there, and it don't look pretty. And again, I think that's maybe, since this stream is going on quite a while, I think next time we will work on remodeling this so it's like this part and the body part, the thigh part, or the hip part. Pelvis part? Pelvis. In just 1 cube. Okay, but then the jaw. Jaw is on par with the snout. Jaw 1 is the bigger one, 2 is the smaller one. Also the inner part of the mouth. Oh, okay, and then that makes sense as well, because then the top part of these can be, or like the top of the mouth can be the bottom of the head. And the same for the snout and the nose. Okay, that makes so much sense. Because I was curious, I was looking at this and like, where's the like upper part? And there is no upper part, it's just part of the cubes. Okay. So then we want to make the jaw, just call it the jaw. And in my jaw is a freaking mess. I think that is fine. I'm not going to mess with any of that. Do I need to? I don't think so, but maybe. Maybe jaw 2 rotates separately. So I'll just call this jaw. I should call it R jaw, huh? R jaw. L jaw. This one I will call it jaw 2. And I will give it its own group. Alright. Do they have a tongue? They don't have a tongue. It's kind of just their mouth. And it is kind of textured in there a little bit. You can see there's this indent, which I imagine is probably meant to be the tongue, and then it kind of like narrows here. But alright. Then is that it? I think that's it. I think that's it for the head. I think that's it for everything. Hallelujah. We did it. That was a lot. So let's just double check, make sure the order is okay. So it's pelvis, belly, tail, thighs. So pelvis, belly, tail, thighs. And he's got the pelvis spine, that's fine. Inside the belly, he's got the chest. We don't have the chest, so then inside that is neck and the arms. Neck and arms. I'm pretty sure we're solid on the arms, so we're just going to go to the neck real quick and just make sure that's all good. Neck. Neck 2. Head. Neck. Neck 2. Head. Okay, I think we are good. We are solid. So we can save this now. We'll export it as the same project as the model. Rewrite it or overwrite it. Then we'll go to the asset editor. Go here. Or no, what we're going to do is we got to go to the files. Here is our new model. We'll go to the pack. Go to common, NPC, dinosaurs, crested gecko, dinosaur models, model textures. Boom, paste this in here. That is a copy. I don't want it to be a copy. I want it to be the model, please. So already files in the same location. Do you want to rename? No. That's interesting. Didn't last time it just replaced it? That's weird. Let's try to do it. I didn't copy it from where I just copied it though, so that could be why. So here, copy it from here. Paste. Replace. Boom. Okay. It should be the new one now if we go to the game. Oh my, look at him go. Yeah. Oh god, his mouth though. But yeah, everything's moving. Nice. His tail's moving. Oh, I want to know if he blinks. Let's unfreeze you. Oh, sorry. Don't attack me, please. Do you blink? Oh, he's probably not gonna blink. Or not very well, because the textures are all different on this one. I want to see though, can I like get him in his looking animation and freeze him? Come on, look around. It is great though that it looks like it's all working. Come on, you can do it. Oh, okay. Sorry. No, come back. The jump is weird. You see when he jumps up a block, he like flaps. Does this guy do that? If he goes back up. Those legs, gosh. No, he... Wait, do it again. I might have made it or left it the Tetra Bird one, possibly. And I'm not sure if that is a jumping animation or if that's just... Well, I mean, I guess what else would it be? It has to be a jump. Yeah, he doesn't... Well, he lifts his arms a little bit. So boom, I froze him. Is he just gonna keep looking forever? No, because it doesn't loop. Okay. Okay. Try to attack me? I feel like his jaw's not... I mean, he is animating, I guess. Like he's sniffing. It doesn't seem like the jaw is moving very much. Also, why isn't he... Oh, I froze him. He is so fast, by the way. Like, their speed is insane. Look how fast he's moving. You see that? And I bring that up. I mean, look at that. It's insane. You cannot run away from these guys. And I bring that up because I was looking, because when I was importing my Dinosaur for the first time, in the asset editor, you can like take a look at, you know, their parameters, right? And it's just their speed stats, like super huge. So if we go to NPC roll, you can take a look at their speed, which is 24. Max speed is 24. Which is pretty... Uh-oh. Error has occurred. It's pretty fast. Like I set the crested Gekosaur to 8, and it moves decently fast. Maybe we take a look at his speed. Like he'll still catch you if you run. Actually, not quite. I think you can outrun him. Maybe not. He's like right on my tail. Yeah, I feel like that. I mean, that's like a decent speed. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, he can catch me, just barely. But then he attacks and it slows him down. Or he tries to attack, I should say. He can't attack yet. So he might get one hit on you. Well, maybe not. But you see his arms move a lot. When he jumps. Okay, so the jaw moved pretty well there. Oh, you know what it is? The neutral jaw. I didn't give him a neutral jaw. So his jaw is open. His jaw. Never mind. His jaw is way open. Well, that's because I fiddled with it, didn't I? 0? Yeah. So do I want to go less than 0? Like that? -5? It's kind of like the teeth are going in and out inside of each other, though. I feel like 0 isn't closed enough. So if we do this, export this. Right, that might help with his like mouth breather look, you know, just keeping his mouth like just wide open all the time. So let's go to block bench. Projects. Here it is. Copy. Common. NPC. Dinosaurs. Crested Gecko. Models. Model textures. Paste. Replace. Boom. Okay, that's a bit better. What if you're just relaxed? What if you're chill? See, it's just like a bit more than open by default. Oh, he's so cute. Can I see you guys sleep? I forgot what triggers the sleep. Or, like, where to see that. Is it in here? Maybe? I don't see it. Do these guys attack? I don't know if I tested that. Like Like, they do their attack animation, but I don't know if they do damage. Can we get a Tetra Bird over here? Yoink. Alright. Oh. Go after the bird. Oh, sorry, buddy. Okay, it does. Okay, so I'm just then curious, because then I'm just gonna make it so his attack is very similar to his shape. Go on, do it, son. Do it, son. Alright, he ain't doing it. Okay, and that is because what was it? The root? Root in something? root something. Root heck. It was the only like root thing, I think. I think it's under I think it's under NPC. Oh no, it's under item. That's right, under item. The root interaction. So this is what it is. And this one has like an actual like editor UI. And chaining. So this is the like the tutorial I watched like said to do like chaining first, but maybe that's not quite what we want to do then. Because then it was chaining and then do other stuff, but I don't. How does the raptor do damage then? Let's take a look at the Hytale assets. Take a look at their root interactions and see where I'm differing. Creature? Well, if we take a look at the model asset for the raptor, we should be able to see what it's calling on to use as an attack. Right? Or no? Am I thinking of not here, not the model asset, the role? Yeah. So as attack, it's using root NPC attack melee. Which in here, it's root NPC attack melee. And it is type, it's a replace, it's melee start. NPC attack melee simple. Oh. What's old interactions? No raptor. So we can probably, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to paste this whole thing. I'm just going to copy and paste this whole thing. Because I think right now it's like our raptor is pulling from here, But would that make sense? Like, say if we made the NPC roll the exact same for our crested gecko, would that also mean it would be the exact same? So what if I call it root NPC attack melee? Attack and melee. And then, oopsie, gotta apply. Thank you. And then it's melee simple, attack melee simple. And then attack melee damage. Attack melee damage. Because I wasn't fiddling with this and changed it back. I completely did not. I did not change it back the right way. Melee damage, melee damage. Okay, now would that work? Would that be fine? Are you sleeping? What the heck? What is it doing? Are you okay? Was it sleeping? If so, why does it look like that? Okay, I'm gonna spawn in something for them to attack. Spawn in, I don't know, a boar. Like 5 of them. Okay, they're attacking now. Sweet. Nice. Okay, I really gotta change the run sound. It's a bit too out of place. I think it makes sense because they're bird-like, you know, being dinosaurs. But let's change that. Let's change that. And I was trying to think what else we could have as the run sound. But, like, does that make sense for it to, like, okay. Let me see. If, like, because if a predator is running, is it going to make a sound? Like, so we can test that, let's say, with the, something like a, it's a bear. Do a bear. If it runs at me, is the run sound them starting to run? Not the aggro. I'm gonna try to just like separate the alert sound from the run sound. I think it's that, like that breath. Like it's doing a breath to run. Okay. Then there's a crocodile in the game. Does that have a run sound? Come and get me. Hello? Are you okay? Maybe the crocodiles can't actually run yet. Oh. Because it can walk. And it looks like when I get a certain distance, it stops. So I wonder if... Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I was going to say maybe it's like it doesn't have a run yet in the game. And so when you get a certain distance, it's trying to run but can't run. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Oh. What are you doing? I mean, maybe it's the case. It's hard to tell. He doesn't sound like he has a lot of sounds either. Okay. What could work? What could work for a run sound for a dinosaur in the game? Or, you know what we could do? We could just say screw it and get some Jurassic Park sounds. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's see if we can find one. Whole freaking thing. What about this? No, that's just okay. That's just information.
The Raptor was capable of sophisticated vocalizations, which would have been a tremendous...
That's high pitched for some reason. I think, I mean, for copyright probably, but that's definitely a higher pitch than...
evolutionary advantage.
You know, I'm trying to get the, what scene is it? The, I guess where it's running. You know what it could be? It could be the where it yells like, when it's running at them in the freezer.
What are those terrifying
No. Purr, huff, hiss, panting, cry, call, babble, flirt, bray, honk, wail, growl? No, effort? That wouldn't be bad. I kind of like that. Yeah, one of those. Let's hear the scream. Maybe that one? Or that one? What are the misc? Oh, if I can get that sound, like just that, like without any of the extra, that wouldn't be too bad either. What about Raptor sound, like downloads? Whoa. Holy moly. That one. That one. I like that one. I like me this one. Look as it's running at you. Let's do that. Uh-oh. Oh, that's great. It just downloads an MP3. Sweet. That's cool. Thanks, 101soundboards.com. Okay. Now that we have that, we can open up our mod pack. We go to common, we go to audio, sound effect, SFX, MPC, dinosaurs. There's a lot. Do we make it in here or would we make it? I think maybe we would make it. Hold on. So we go to asset editor. I think we would have to make it in here. Would we? No, maybe not. Maybe yes. We would. Whenever we need to get the audio. I haven't messed around with this yet, so this is new. Let's put it in our folder here for the crested Geckosaur. Open that up. And what will it be? I guess we'll just paste it in here. I think that's fine. I believe. Open this folder. After run sound. I think that's fine in downloads. I'll just copy it. And we paste. It's in there now. I shouldn't have closed that, but that's fine. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea how this works. I mean, maybe we don't even need this part. So when we to change the sounds, we want to go to our model asset. Right, we go to crested Geckosaur. Not model asset. Is it model asset? It is, isn't it? Yes, not the roll. I'm in the roll right now. So go here. It would be in the animations and it's then run. Animations. Right now it's the Tetrabird. Instead of being the Tetrabird, we go here, we go to sound event. Alerted. Where is that? Oh, that's what this is. Oh. So it goes here. I think I mean, it gets alerted. Wait. My brain. Right now it's getting this from Hytale, I think, right? It's getting the Tetrabird run. I guess what I can do is let's go to the Hytale pack and let's take a look at where that would be. SFX, MPC. Raptor Cave Raptor. And then it's just in here as a sound effect. So then to create one, would I go in here? Would I create a new asset. So what I do, sound effect, sound set, or sound event? Sound event, I think. Okay, hold on. Cancel this. I already have a sound event folder. I have a sound event folder apparently. Let me put on some sound. So why isn't it, if it was doing, if it was like already in there, or if it's already a thing in there, it was having trouble finding it. Folder, sound event, sound effects, NPC, dinosaurs. Oh, I just put it in dinosaurs. I didn't put it in like a crested gecko specific folder. That actually works fine, I think, because it's not a crested gecko specific sound. It's just, well, it's gonna be for the purposes of this mod. But in general, since it's just a raptor sound effect, we can just have any model that we have take from it if we want. It doesn't need to be specified, I don't think. However, we could do that. Nah, it's fine. We just select that. Call this. What should we call it? I guess SFX Raptor. What did they call it? They have a name for it? I don't know what to name that. Like it's like a macaw, like a almost raptor. I'm just gonna call it a squawk. Would it be? Would you call it a squawk? Sure, let's call it a squawk. As a raptor squawk. Ten. Uh-oh. Array can't be empty. What array? Oh, like the folder? Oh, right. So how do you get it then? Okay. Right. How do you like link to it in that case? How do you yoink the audio? Because right now we just created a folder, right? And now it's adjusting nothing. Would we just paste it in there? So right now it's in here. Would we just put it in manually? No, that wouldn't make any sense though. What do we need a category? Ugh. Tags, 0 map entry. Audio category NPC Raptor Cave. And this is in Hytale, audio category. I mean, I don't think we necessarily need that. Okay, so let's take a look. Oh, this is for the roll again. I keep doing that. Model asset. So for the normal raptor, with its animations, right? And its sound effects. Let's see, what sound does it have? It has an alert sound. So if we go to alerted, it gets the sound effects Raptor Cave alerted sound, which is in the sound events. It's an SFX. It's not this, actually. This is not at all. Where does it come from? From here? NPC? Beasts? Raptor Cave? Server, audio, sound events. So, right. It's the JSON. This is just the JSON file. But we're looking for the actual audio file. How does it receive that? How does the JSON receive that? Learning. We are learning. I'm not sure. Let's see. What would make sense? Well, I would think it would maybe just be the JSON file somehow refers to it. Right? So what if we... Let's take a look at Hytale real quick. Go to audio, sound effects. And go in beasts already there. So if we look at this file, sounds.ogg. Oh, and it's got different ones too. Oh, that would probably be a good idea for running as well. Random. Okay, that's cool. There's a randomness to it, to their sounds as well. Okay. Breathing. Oh, it has breathing as well. But how does it know where to get them from? So it's those files. Like, these are the sound files. It's in sounds. Oh, okay. There's a separate folder called sounds. Where would that be? Sound set? Creative play defaults? No. I guess it would probably be in common? Maybe NPC, no. Music? Nope. VFX sounds. NPC beasts. Okay, this is where it stores the sounds, but that didn't. I guess that didn't really answer how it knows to get those files. I mean, the paths are in here, so. Oh, okay. There. It's in layers and then files. Okay, so if we go back to here, go back to mine, go back to Raptor Squawk. Files. Okay, we added in files. That makes sense. Failed to decode asset. Failed to decode. What? Oh, hold on. Get rid of that. It's because there's nothing in there, I guess, maybe? NPC, dinosaurs, Geckosaur. Nothing. I don't think I have a sounds folder, do I? Oh, I do. I put it in audio. Okay. I see. We are learning. We're getting there. So instead of being, so I have them in common, sound event, SFX, NPC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. And then I'm also going to delete this. Well, actually, I think, do I have to copy it or paste it first before I... should be on the clipboard, but I'll just be safe. Oh, okay, it's already got a crested, okay. So then, no, I don't really need to copy the whole path, I just need to copy this. Should I delete this? Hang on. Okay, let's slow down. Let's put it in here first. Paste. I'm gonna rename this to Raptor. JP Raptor Squawk. It's a squawk, sure. Okay, so now that's in there, we should be able to path to it. Press. Oh. It's not in here. Doesn't any? So the other files it was using, it was .ogg. I don't know what an OGG file is. Can we turn this into an OGG file? So if we open this... Ah, my ears! Oh my god. Sorry about that. That was so loud. Can we repaste it? Okay, this may require some research. Well, actually, let's take a look at... I have the assets of Hytale right here. So if we go to sounds, right? They are OGGs. Media player, sure. Well, I do not hear that at all. Hang on, let's go to something we know that we've heard sounds before. So let's just go to Raptor. He's got the cave breathing, and he's got cave breathing. He's got the breathing and the alert. Okay, so that does work there. And this is an OGG file. Og. Can we maybe... No. I'm sure we can just convert it with some website. But I kind of want to see if... Because I admit, like, most of the files that I'm going to probably end up... Like, most audio files that I've ever downloaded have usually been MP3. I'm just curious if maybe there's a way to make Hytale use MP3 or if it has to be OGG. Let's look this up. For Azio. It's highly likely. No, yes. Whoa. What is this? I missed this blog post. Aw, man. No! Darn. Post is outdated. Maybe missing videos. Darn. That'd be cool if they could get these back. I love Foley. Foley is so cool. I would love... Aw, dude. I bet Quebec might have a video on it. That's back in 2020. Holy crap. Right before COVID. Wow. All right. So let's see. Hytale. I can't type. Hytale audio mods. I guess just saying audio mods is not great. I guess. To Mod Hytale. Hytale audio. Inner tutorial. They have another one? Do they have videos in this one? Ooh. Oh, darn. Cool. They have a lot of good blog posts. All of them were like great until they started slowing down and then they got canceled. But then they're back. It's such a roller coaster of emotions, man, during the entire like build up for it. Or I shouldn't say build up, but just like, you know, general keeping up with it. What a time. And now it's here and it's lovely and it's amazing and it's so fun and it's great to fiddle around with how the actual game works and like modding it. Oh, it's so cool. Very, very cool. This is just how to install a bunch of mods. Like how to mod Hytale audio. How to create Hytale audio. Okay, what about this? What does this guy say?
What's up, I'm Troubleshoot. In my previous 2 videos I covered setting up a dedicated Hytale server completely for free and how to mod said server. But if you'd like to mod your own Hytale client for playing in a single player.
That's just installing mods, okay. I do feel like there's like a huge, and which makes sense, there's much more people like wanting to do the mod, like in mods rather than making mods. But I definitely feel like, because I've already, you know, looked up a few videos, and there has been some good like videos out there already of how to make the actual mods. Beginner tutorial for Hytale modding. Maybe this. Is this just... Let me picture the VS Code. Mod is set up. What is this? Making mods, right? God, reading something rather than seeing it is a lot harder. Whoa. But he's just using Visual Studio. I wonder why he's not using the asset creator. Or the asset editor. When is this? This is 2 days ago. This is him extracting all the files. Yeah, why doesn't he use... Why? Because all of this, he's like coding it in. Rather than just using the asset editor. So it's even simpler than this. That's interesting. What I don't think this has what I'm looking for. Which is the audio. Okay, so instead of, I'm sure we'll maybe figure it out later if that is possible. But right now we'll just do an MP3 to OGG converter. Ah, my eyes! Flashbang! Holy moly. File not found. Let me, ooh. Sounds. Can I just drop? Conversion complete. Sick. We're gonna cut that one. Paste it in here. Get rid of this. Boom. Make sure it still plays. Sure does. Okay. Now we should be able to... Yep, there it is. Sweet. I don't know what volume it should be at. Maybe 8? Does it need an audio category? I don't know for sure. So say if we took a look at the source. Oh, Lord. Yeesh. Yeesh. Okay, so I can tell that that's missing a lot of stuff. So we'll probably want to, we can just copy and paste what the, or actually, do I even need to go here? Can we just do this? Well, we would because it's not. Yeah. Okay, we would need to go to Hytale because our mod doesn't have any of those sound effects. So what we do is we just go down here, and what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna copy and paste the source. At least we're gonna do this part, which is interesting that like creating that asset right away doesn't do that. I guess maybe what you would do is you would make a copy. That's right. Let's do that instead, because we should probably get in the habit of doing that. So for what I mean is for this, the raptor squawk, what we're going to do is we're going to delete this. Make a new one. Oopsie. Oh yeah, that's fine. We're going to make a new one. It's going to be a sound event. It's going to go in our sound event folder, SFX, Dinosaurs, get in there. This is going to be, I don't even know what I named it. SFX. I'm just going to call it the JP Raptor Squawk. I think that's fine. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy the effect in that's in Hytale. I don't think it matters which one it is. And we're just going to create. Now here it is. It copied everything that's already in. So we could have just copy pasted. This does the same thing, but just it does it like while you're creating it. And it's got different parents though, so I'm not 100% sure if these are going to affect anything. Not too sure. So what we're going to do then is just going to get rid of these. Actually, we can probably go to the editor for that. Get rid of these files. Select ours. Take a look-see, and now we have the like randomness to it, the random pitches, and it is still using the right file. It's separate, except it's interesting that the files are under it. Does that matter? I almost feel like it would matter, because shouldn't the file be first and then it do the randomness? I will do that. I don't know if that's 100% necessary, but I will do that. Oh, no, 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 no. I have some syntax error. Surely. Okay. We're going to discard those changes. Well, we're just going to try it with this. See what happens. So now, if they try to run at us, oh, I don't think, okay, I think I know what's up. I didn't change it. I didn't change the, how it gets the sound. Or the sound, the actual sound. So, yeah, it's still the Tetrabird run. So if we change this to our mod pack and then to the Raptor Squawk, fail to validate asset. Huh? Why? Sound event with the name is stereo instead of mono. It needs to be mono? Oh. I guess that makes sense. Because it's not like it's got to go through both ears if it's only on one side, right? Will it still work though? Like, will it still do it or no? No. Okay. So how do we turn that to mono? How would we even go about changing that? I wonder if I can open it in Audacity. Let's try that. Let's see what happens here. Okay, let's pop it in here. Turn it to mono. Turn it to okay. So I have the playback in, or the recording channel is mono. What if? Swap stereo, split stereo to mono. Yes. OGG. Vorbis? What the? Oh, I didn't see where it was exporting to. Oh no. In documents, what the heckers? Get out of there. I need I guess Hytale assets. I guess I can just use this, huh? Here, and what we can do. The game's assets. It's open in another program. Oh, shite. Is it? What? I guess that'd be... Oh, would that be bad? I mean, the only thing that's using it right now, I think, is Blockbench. So let's... No, we don't need to save. Yeah, that was Blockbench. Okay. And then we're going to make a new one, call it My Assets. And then I think I'm gonna use this folder to kind of hold everything that I've been using. With everything, keep it in one place, which should be nice. But then what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do sounds. And then we're just gonna put it in here. Okay. Should be mono. So then with that, what we want to do is go... We're going to copy this. Go back to here. Common, sounds. Delete. Paste. Okay. It should still be taking that because it's the same name, I think. Right? Yeah. So then it should be good, right? No? Still doing the Tetrabird run. Also, do I have to make his feet, like, his body higher? I think I do. Just, like, a little. And also, let's not forget his, like, his, Nope, can you... Okay, why does this link do that? Oh, you know what? I don't think I changed the body. Ah, that might help. That might help. Let's take a look at that. Okay, wait. One task at a time. One task at a time. Hang on. Let me just write down what we've accomplished thus far. So we changed basically like the hierarchy and names. And then what we need to do next is the body. And then right now we're working on audio. Okay. But I'm gonna take a little break. Just to grab something to drink, use the bathroom. And just stretch the legs for a second. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for checking this out so far. Hopefully you guys are learning some stuff too. I feel like I've been learning a heck of a lot. And it's been pretty good. So I will be right back, everybody. Right. Hello, hello. I am back. Hopefully the audio for that, the I'll be back scene works. Hopefully it's alright. It's nice and chill. Right before the stream, I set that up. Like, I went down into the jungle caves, and I placed around a bunch of, like, the glowing crystals to make it glow. Because it doesn't glow, at least not right now. I feel like that would be a great addition, like, to change it up. Because right now it's just pitch black. So, it's super spooky. I think after we fix the audio and then fix the sleeping animation, I think we can just take a break from modding and just play some survival for a bit. I think that will be the plan. For sleeping, just writing this stuff down. This is a lot to keep track of. Okay. Oh. So you guys can see. There we go. Okay, so I think real quick, I think I know what's going on with the sleeping, because it looks like when they do the sleep animation, they like curl up. Oh yeah, it lost its because I changed the name. What is that sound? Hello? It's you. By the way, look at his animation. It's awesome. I never thought about that, and actually the raptor had a bit of it, but like changing the scale of blocks as well for animation. So it's like the lowered, like the jaw of this guy is like its, you know, its throat getting bigger when breathing. So it's like the whole cube is scaling in size. That's super cool. Love that guy. Okay, if I can get this. Here, we'll just do it in block bench. Hytale character, create new model. Actually, no, can we open? Whoopsie. Can we open? Yes, okay. Assets, the game's assets. And I'm gonna open up the raptor because I really want to see what happens to the, like, what happens with the body. So it's origin. It's called origin. I called it body for me. So it's dead center on the ground. And then with the sleep animation, or lay down. Look at that. It's cute. So yeah, there's no origin for my character, which is probably why it's not doing what it needs to be doing. Oh lordy. Okay. This will be a whole, I don't know if I'll stream it, but it'll be a whole different ordeal. Maybe another stream, maybe I'll do it off stream, but to change his texture back to like looking properly good, it'll take a bit of time. So instead of this being called the body, it should be called origin. And there we go. And I think everything needs to be moved up a bit. Kind of like right there. Say if we compare it, his feet are basically kind of like the center line of his feet, which would be like here. It's almost like the center line of the cube, which I guess that's kind of right where it is right now. Nice, and then we're just going to change the pivot point. It's got to be dead center. There. Oopsie, that was for the pelvis as well. I didn't mean to do that. Just meant the origin here. Okay, I think that's good. Surely. And we're gonna save. export it first. Yes, that we do want to do. And then we're going to save. I guess that's fine. That should be fine. Okay, we should be good with Blockbench for today. And then we just want to make sure that we update it in here. Copy, common, NPC, models, model textures, paste it in here, replace it. Boom, should be good. Reloaded. Ah, now it moves up and down. It still flaps its arms going up a block. There is something weird about the way, like it walks, like its legs, like they squeeze together still weirdly. Like if I can have you freeze. Oh, he's walking backwards. No, missed it. Why are you running? There. Oh, sleep. Aw, dang it, what happened? So here's the sleep. It shouldn't look like that. And here's the walk. It's like my... What is that? Oh yeah, it's my knee joint. The knee joint for it. It's going way in. And as you can see, this one, it's not supposed to go that far in. Or even... Oh yeah, weird. I did say we were done with Blockbench for today, but seeing as how that's like so messed up, I can't just leave it like that. So it's got to do with the way the pivot point is, I think. We can compare and contrast. Yeah, you see that? Interesting. Huh, then how do we change that? What do we do to change that? Because you can see that the pivot point for his calf, well also it's actually, hang on, there. That should be what it is. But yeah, you see kind of like the Y is kind of pointed. It's parallel with where the calf is. Mine is not. What the heck? No, thank you. Did I just get that on my phone? And it just came up there as well? What the heck? Weird. Weird. Sorry, just texting real quick. Okay, so we need to change this to this. How do we do that? I'm thinking that we rotate, we unselect like the folder here, you know, and just select these. And then we rotate it kind of vertically, you know what I mean? Would it be that way or would it be the other way? I think it would be this way. And then, oopsie, that is not, hold on. Was that right? I think so. Yeah, that would be right. Or what we can do, yes, that would probably be the smarter option. We rotate it to where we need the pivot point, which is about there. Yeah, that's pretty much about right. Maybe a little less. Okay, and then, well, let's take a look at where this is going. Yeah, it's completely in line. And then what we do is we unselect the folder, and select these two, and then rotate them. Okay, so it's not rotating the calf. There. Okay. That might help. Oh god. Oh lordy. There we go. Would that be better? It is a bit higher. But that might be okay. And then now if we select everything, it's still there. It's closer, but it's not exact. It's not perfect. You see, it still needs to go a bit, swing down this way. And it's not quite in line with it either. Ugh. See how you can see that I'm just facing this perfectly from the side? That would mean we shouldn't be able to see the red. Like, we shouldn't see the other side of it. It should be perfectly pointing away from us. That red line in the middle. And then same here, it's tilted. And if you look over here, it's like perfectly perpendicular. It's like, you know, spot on. How would we... So you see how the pivot point's at 1943, -12. What is the calf at? It's at 1931, -14. With 0 rotation, and then 100 rotation. I'm not quite sure how to manipulate that properly. Like, would we be able to change... Oh, well, that's the rotation of the whole thing. That's not the rotation of the pivot point. Oh man, how does that work? Like, what is center pivot point? I mean, I feel like that would just put it to the center. Oh, is that what we'd want with that? No, not that. Whoops, what the? That was weird. What if we center the pivot point? So that's the normal pivot point of the cube, right? If we do this, what if we center the pivot point here? Would that center it like between like the knee and the feet? No, we would center it there. If we undo, I'm gonna press Control Z. It does that. That is so odd. I just press on Control Z a couple more times then. So what if we center the pivot point of all of these cubes? All of the individual cubes. Does that change where it goes? No. Would that change now if we centered it, though? No. Interesting. I don't know why undo does that. Oh, now we gotta undo it even more. What the heck? Well, it's close. It's very close. That's also, I imagine there might be a similar situation happening with the arms, maybe? Whoa, why is... Okay, no, that's right. It's like, why is the forearm... Why is the arm pivot point so far so far down? So low? It was just the forearm. It's fine. It's all good. Yeah, I don't know why. I just had the thought of the jumping thing, because every time it jumps, its arms like flail. So that's the jump for the raptor. Can I import these animations to this guy? Wow, I can. Hold up. That would be so good in terms of like testing. And then I wouldn't have to make sure to save it every time. And go back to Hytale, I can just test it in Blockbench. So if I take a look here. Oh, I was hoping it would. Oh, Okay, I'm not sure where they. Oh, you know what? It's probably in the same folder. Let's just try it. So it's probably in here, common. We're gonna go to NPC. We're gonna go to beasts. We're gonna go to raptor. No, animations. Animations. Default. Yes. Jump. Oh no, that's right. That works. Oh god, my leg. My leg! What does the jump look like for you? It's similar. What is the far? So I have no idea then why it does that in terms of, you know, like why his arms flail. And here's the sleep animation. It's just him breathing on the ground. And you know what? I guess my guess is that it just doesn't match up because of the dimensions, because they're different. And this heavily depends on the size of the legs to be, to know how close it needs to be to the ground. But that means we can import this. Yeah, oh, that's so nice and so smart. Because that means if there are any animations that just depend on the like dimensions of certain blocks in your model, you can just import them in Blockbench, fiddle just with some of the points and with the parameters until you get it right, until like they look good, and then you can export it. Oh my goodness, that makes so much sense. And that makes it so easy too. At least, for someone like new to this. Awesome. Okay, well, we still have to mess around with his leg. Which, I don't know why it's separating. It shouldn't be separating right now. Like that. Right? That doesn't make any sense. Oopsie. No, I didn't mean to click on all that. So here, let's get the pivot point to where it needs to go. So it needs to swivel this way a bit more, like that. I want to click the green. Oh my goodness. Nope, that is not at all what I meant to do. Like this. So it needs to be almost straight up and down. That's good. Alright, now we need to change the calf and everything below it to match. Oh, and it's just doing that again. It needs to be like this. And then like this. A little less. A little more. Oh, Lord. No, not done yet. I know exactly how I need to move it. It's just hard. It's just difficult. Let's center that bad boy. Thank you. Not yet. Yes, kinda, sorta. And it needs to be, yeah, kinda like that, I guess. I think that's okay. I just maybe want to lower it a little bit. Yeah, that's good. I like that. And then the ankle and the foot. Again, it's just doing the fucking foot. And I did say earlier that I did want to try to move the foot in a little bit more. How does his foot look? normal. It's tilted out quite a bit. That actually almost looks, it's very similar. Oh my goodness. Like, that's pretty decent, I think. Maybe just rotate it a bit. Yeah. And his specifically is much more kind of like vertical. Kind of like that. And then pushed back a bit and maybe a bit lower. The pivot point for the foot should not be up there. What the heck? What? Huh? Huh? What happened? I didn't change the pivot point at all for those. Or at least, you know, not not knowingly. Not knowingly. Why is it all the way up here? That's weird. Okay, and his feet are pretty much flat on the ground. So let's the pivot point for the foot should be down here. I don't know why the pivot point's so far up. Well, I guess we gotta change it anyway, so let's change it. Get it down there. Move it this way. Okay, that's pretty much dead center. I kind of want to move it closer, but now it's not dead center anymore. That's fine. It's still pretty close. Okay, and then we rotate the foot. Make it flat. Maybe rotate it inwards a bit. Okay, I think that works. It's just now the toes. Oh no. Oh, no, they're all up there. What the heck? I'm just gonna do that, and then... Oh, now they're low. The last one's gonna be high, probably. Oh, wow. Okay. Foot is there. I think we should tilt it just a wee bit. There we go. Kind of makes me want to then tilt the third toe down a bit. Oh, but you see how that's... Huh. It's not quite right, is it? What the flippity flippity? I can't tell if that's because of a bug or if it's just like how this works. I'm gonna maybe guess that it's just a bug. Because it doesn't make any sense. And now the pivot point is like completely out of whack. Like to get it up here, I have to do the, you know, the Z and the X. There's the X. There's the Z. Bit more X. Bit more Z. There. But now, because the thing is, I want to rotate it lower. I would love to be able to pivot it just in this direction, in this axis, down, and then also rotate it a bit. But you know what? How about we do that? that kind of works. Maybe bring it up a little bit, just a smidgen, a little smidgen. Okay. I'm not gonna mess with that anymore. Okay. All right. Foot is fine. Heel. Where's the heel pivot? It is all the way the frick up there in the butt. What the heck? What the heck? And it's not quite lined up either. Directionally. Oh my lord, why does this... What the... Come on, that sucks. Oh no. Okay, well, we want to get it matched up, so let's get them on top of each other if we can. It's almost like it's trying to meet itself. So it does kind of seem like that. And you see how it's not perpendicular with the ankle part, this cube. However, it is close. And I don't want to change it because I know it's going to make everything else out of whack. Okay, done with that. We're going to move it forward. Oh, now it's moving up. Oh, Lord. Okay, that's pretty close. I'm gonna leave it there. And then we're gonna take a look at the sleep animation real quick. That was 17 minutes ago, holy crap. Where's the time going? Alright. So, L thigh. W thigh, actually. We're gonna delete this. We're then gonna mirror model out in good. We are I think we should be good then. We're gonna just bring it closer to the ground. I mean, just there. How is this look? It is touching. I mean, I feel like I am touching now too. Oh, but my pivot point's a bit too low. There we go. At the origin. Okay, now what I'm going to do is we are going to, well, first of all, I'm going to save. Then we're going to go to animate. I'm going to import, what the heck is that? That's a little weird. That's a little creepy. Oh, is it because it changed? Let's just delete that. Alright, we're gonna import sleep. Oh my goodness. Am I still mirroring? I think I'm mirroring. Yep. Did I mirror? Like, what happened? Did the animation mirror itself somehow? Or what? What is this? Why are there two? How did the belly double up? Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. But it doesn't make sense. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense because it doubled the leg. That, why did it? I don't know. Delete that. There we go. Okay, there's two tails. What the? I guess it must have did it when I made the body. When I moved the origin. Tail 2, 3, 4. Why is there a fifth one? Okay, that was so weird. There's two tail 4s. I feel. What else are there two of? Hello? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're okay. Yeah, we seem okay. All right, now that actually looks a lot better. It's just, I think we just need to raise him up a bit. Yeah, it's fine. There's none of that. So what do we need to happen here? We need the whole body to be up. There's no chest. The origin. Wait, there's no origin animation? What? Why is it on here then? Whoa. So that's at 8. Let's just keep it at 8 to start for the Y. And that's it. So what does the raptor do when he sleeps? I'm sorry, I gotta give him his body back. So yeah, his hands are just forward. His whole top half can rotate too. It can turn slightly because of the chest. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So what if instead, what if we took the neck, neck 1, and so it just has a rotation currently. What if we rotate it like, it's going to be a difficult rotation. Or, why is it just rotated there randomly? I don't know. But we do that and that. And the eye doesn't work at all either. Well, the animation, I mean the texture is also effed, but... I think I like the hand. Well, it's a bit too low, of course. But like I think what would we do? We would rotate. Oh, we could just rotate at the elbow. So we go to R, R forearm. That doesn't move at all either, so that's good. We just take that one. Oopsie daisy. Take the rotation there. And just up it. Boom. Now it's above ground. Same with the thumb. I feel like the thumb is way too low. Or is it even in here? Oh, it is. What the heck? What is happening? That's weird. I just wanted to rotate it up a bit. Why does it do that? Eerie. Ah! Ah! No! There, that's all we're doing. That's all we're doing to the thumb. Just lifting it up a bit. And you know what? Also, let's freaking raise it. Okay, that's all. That's all to the thumb. Now what I want to do for the left arm is I want to have it so instead of being forward, the elbow goes back. Or the shoulder, like at the shoulder, the arm goes back, and then it goes forward. Okay, that's the plan. So let's take a look at the arm. It has two states. Is it just rotating a little bit? I can't tell. What is it doing? So it's going from, oh lord, -62 I mean, the Z is changing like a minuscule amount. But it's basically just moving 2 degrees. Oh, that's the right arm. The left arm. Negative 63. Negative 62. Okay, so that's like also really changing, but it's enough. It's like only changing because I imagine it's attached to the body, and that's the body is moving. Okay. So rotation, rotation. We want it to come all the way over here. I think that's good. Just barely touching the pelvis. Don't do that. Oh, no. I undid. I undid too much. There you go. Okay. So we're gonna make it go back here. About that. I'm just gonna look at this from here, so it touches here. Then we're gonna go back here. Same thing? Did that work? Nope. There. Amazing. Now, forearm. Also no animation, so that's good. Perfect. I think we will adjust the hand slightly. Just to be kind of flatter. Yeah, there we go. And then the finger. Okay, that is awful. That is awful. Why does it do that? That is the worst thing. Why does it just wiggle? I don't know. But that's okay. We're just gonna do that, and that's it. And that's it. I think that's all we're gonna do. I think also maybe the tail. Does his tail touch the ground? Yeah. So we're gonna adjust the tail slightly. Would it make sense? I mean, you know what? Why not? Oh, it wouldn't work because of my textures. I was gonna say, would it make sense to just move, like position each tail piece like at the bottom? Like this chunk down, this chunk down. But then that wouldn't work because I don't have textures there. I mean, textures right now are still not the thing I'm kind of, you know, worrying about too much right now, so I suppose it's okay. So I basically just kind of want to make it like that. Maybe maybe a little higher. There we go. And then I think we'll just angle this one down. Yeah, like that. Maybe it's a bit too much. There we go. Oh no, dang. From here is what I meant to do. And then what we're gonna do is turn the toe pad a bit. We're gonna rotate that down a bit. What else? What else? What if? What else? That's looking much better, dude. So what if we made the eyelashes and the eyebrows go down a bit? I think that would be cool. I don't know, what do we want? The whole thing? I mean, ideally, I think we would probably want the eye, like the horn, or what I call the eyebrow, right, to tilt down, and then also the eyelashes to tilt down a bit. But let's just do the horn for now. Okay, I like that. And then we take the lashes. Didn't I? Oh, it's because it's under it. That's alright. What about just specifically the lashes? Or did I? Oh, I didn't do that. I didn't separate them. That's right. Okay, that's fine then. That's okay. Alright, I like that. What if I rotate them more? Is it gonna look weird? A little. Maybe just like that. Okay. There's his sleeping animation. This looks much better than how it looked before. Nice. Is there a way for me to export? Yeah, thank goodness. Because I didn't want to change that there. I guess let me save it here. cool. And now we get to learn how to import an animation. We haven't done that yet. Cool. All right, that's done. I'm happy. We can save. Do we need to? Did we make changes to the model? We did, didn't we? Or did we already? Didn't we already export it? Did we? No, we didn't. That's right. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so then what we do is we export crested gecko model, replace it. Now we're done. We're done with block. We're done with Blockbench. Done with, well, before I say that, let's check it out in Hytale first. Okay, so we go here. This is not where we want to be. We want to be here. Projects. Crested Geckosaur. Copy it. Now we go here, 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 here. Oopsie. Here, here, here. There's lots of files. Lots of files, you know. Lots of files. I'm losing my mind. Oh. Okay, should be in. Hey. Well, it's better. Okay, but there's something else going on, and that is the thigh. Like it is twisting rather than just rotating. Is it twisting, or is that just because of the body? The way my body is shaped. I think it's at an angle. Well, so is that. But right, it looks so like this. I'm looking at it, and it looks like it goes straight. But this, if I look at it, it doesn't go straight. Look at you. Wasn't that its sleep animation? Shouldn't that be? Oh yeah, I didn't import the new one yet. Yep. Okay, so this is the last time. Last time we're doing Blockbench. I swear. I swear it. So why is it? Yeah, why is that happening? Oh, that would be why. You see that? I see. The pivot point isn't perpendicular or in line with the thigh. If you go to this thigh, and we take a look, it's in line with the body. Fuck. Oh man. Oh no. Why? Say it ain't so. I will not go. Turn the lights off. Carry me home. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Oopsie. Maybe a little less. A little less. Maybe some of that. Okay, that's right, I think. And now, the fun part. We need to rotate it to match. Like, it should be this. Like, I wish you can just make it center to this. Oh. What just happened? Centering it, for whatever reason, does that. Oh, Lord. Right. Thigh. I wish rotating this would also rotate the thigh. I think that's still a little too much. Tilt it in a bit. Tilt it down, tilt it out. Tilt it, bring it up. Bring it a bit down. I gotta tilt it a bit more. A bit more. Okay, would that be okay? Maybe bring it forward a smidge. Another smidge. And another smidge, and then a bit down. Okay. Highlight this. How does it look? Oh, it's so close. It's so fucking close. Like, it needs to be, the pivot needs to swing down a little bit. Or the calf needs to swing a bit like this. Okay, I think that's good. Now it just needs to go like... Oh. It's like more on the thigh on this guy. Yeah. So, what we should do is take a look at this. This should be the Z, no, X. Should be the X. Oh, it's gonna be this. Okay, that's fine. And a bit like that. There, I'm happy with that. Now we just need to get the leg back on it. If we can. Is there a way to just highlight everything? Is that possible? And then if we... Oh, I missed a chunk. Hello there. The foot? Did I miss the foot? I did miss the foot. It's like fucking... Look at him. I need to rotate this whole thing, and I don't think it's gonna work. Let's try. Ah! No, man. What if we center the pivot point of all this selection? Does that work? Shit, and then I just unselected it all. No! Oh, man. Okay, what if we just do heel? No, what if we just do calf and heel now? Or no, what if we just do thigh and calf now? Aha. Okay, pretty flat. No, now you move, you don't rotate with it, but you move with, like translating it? What the heck? That's crazy. That is wild. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Honestly, that's kind of good. Oh, but you know what? I didn't even think about this. All the pivot points for the legs are probably gonna be. Oh lordy, they're all probably gonna be screwed up. Man, that sucks. That really sucks. This is tough. I don't want to do that. I wanted this. That's not what I wanted. There. Okay. I feel like these is still too rotated, you know? Can I, maybe I should bring the leg into the body more? I think so. Where's my leg at? Honestly, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Almost back to normal. Okay, now, moment of truth. Look at all the pivot points. Calf. Oh, fuck, dude. Why? We're gonna have to change all of them again. That is crazy. Okay. It's very also like just very disappointing. I mean, it's fine. It's just gonna take a lot of work, you know. But man, that sucks that it's like that. Hopefully, that can be fixed. I don't know if that's. I mean, that seems not right, like at all. You know what I mean? Does not seem cool. What the fuck just happened? What just happened? What? Jeez Louise. Okay, we're just gonna have to do it. We just gotta do it. Send it. So it'd be the Y. Oh man, and it's doing this too. What if we just select the calf and then do this? Same thing, okay. Zero, zero, zero is all the way over there for some reason. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Now we should be good. No, 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 no. Okay, next one, heal. I think it kept the same orientation, so I mean, that's kind of nice. Bring it down. Okay, so I guess the thing is I have to connect them to itself, which is... Oh, there we go. It's weird that it's just the Y and the Z that do it. Too far. It's like so close, but it's just barely out of whack. Alright, it looks like, I mean, we'll just have time to just finish this. But, I mean, hey, it's been a pretty successful stream, I feel like. We had a few goals, and I feel like I accomplished most of them. Which is very nice. Alright, oh gosh, the toes. Oh no. I don't think the toes move at all, so... Or do they? They probably do. Hang on. Yeah, the toes oopsie. Sorry. The toes definitely move. With the claws, though. I'm not doing the claws. We will do the toes, though. We'll have to. Okay. And the foot. Alright. Down. Down, down. And then X or Z and X. There we go. Maybe just a bit more Z. Okay. I like that. Toe. Let's get it low. Oh, it's not adjusting it. Wow. How nice. There we go. It's toe number 1, toe number 2. Get it low, get it low, get it low. It's very nice when the whole block isn't moving. I actually like this. Almost. Just a bit there, a bit down. A bit to the left. Look at that. There we go. Toe 3. Last one. Aw, man. That's weird. Why is this one moving then? The other toes are fine. Okay, I think I'd love to do a little lower. Okay. It's fine. Are we on the ground? We are on the ground. Kinda barely. Should I fix that? I should probably fix that. Frick. How do I fix that though? I mean, I could probably lower the whole leg a little. Just a smidgen. Then I kind of feel like the toes need to go up though. Oh, or the foot? Yeah, the whole foot. Rotate the whole foot. Like that, and then a little bit like that. That's better. Okay. Now we're gonna mirror model. That's probably gonna dupe some things. That's alright, we'll deal with it as it comes. I didn't turn it on. There we go. Okay, what do we got? Did it just do the thigh? It just did the thigh! Oh my god! Nice! Okay, we're good. We're good. We're done. Alright, we're gonna see if that worked. We're gonna try to just real quick port in the sleep animation, and then that'll be it for today's stream. Let's see, we're gonna export a Hytale blocky model. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. Let me just gotta text a friend real quick. Okay. So we go to our block bench, projects, crested geckosaur copy, coming, models, yes. All right. Yes, look at you. Oh, it's so much better. He's a bit too low to the ground, though. Well, actually, he's not on the ground. What about you? You know, what was that? His normal? Is it his run? That looks good. I think it's just his like animation switching. It's kind of makes him look really slidey. All right, but now, just real quick, we're gonna try to get the sleep animation in. And to do that, I suppose I'm gonna put that in a folder, in an animation folder. But first I should find it, so that is gonna be in here. My assets, animations, Crystal Gecko. Yep. Copy. It's default animation. What did that say? Oh, I missed it. Dang it. I like seeing what they say, because then, I don't know, I feel like it's good to see that. Good info on there. Alright, so the animations, everything else is going to be the same except for sleep. We're just changing the sleep. Or the lay down. Nope, not lay down, sleep. Oh, right now it's the Tetra bird. Oh. I didn't even know that. Okay. What happens if we change it to... the, raptor? Oh, huh. No idea. Alright, what determines... I feel like I found that at some point. But... Oopsie daisy, what's going on here? I have a little warning sign on my streaming thing. We all good? Hang on, I'm just checking this out real quick. But yeah, how does this even... Oh, it's just the... Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh. Oopsie. I just got rid of the fucking chat. Whoopsie. Okay, that's fine. Hello. How do we determine making a thing sleep? So, adjust entity, surely we can make it sleep, right? Well, his animation has improved a lot since the beginning of the stream. That was great. I don't really know what... Oh, my internet, I think, is freaking dying. What is happening? Oh my goodness. I guess we'll just end this here. And hopefully by the time next stream comes around, I'll be able to figure out how to do the audio. So we still got to fix the audio and then import the sleep animation. All right, and then also next time, I would love to change the cubes, change the whole model on this guy. Not the whole model, obviously, but just like the head, you know, those double cube parts, and then the pelvis area. And maybe give him a chest too. Maybe do that as well. Also, ultimately, I do want to figure out how to fix the textures as well. But all of that will be next time. Thank you for hanging out and coming on this journey with me to learn more about modding and, you know, making some progress in our little mod. With that being said, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, have a good night, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye!